in organized environments. I have done. Is something I've noticed as a common trend is a little bit of roster like mix-ups that happen because we have lives for the most part, to varying degrees. Maybe not so much myself, but I mean, how do you go around handling that? I don't know, Darkin as the coach. Did you have any troubles with that this season, or
Troubles with what exactly?
uh trying to fill in roster spots when someone can't make it or
Major.
doesn't pop top? Yeah, how do we
Major.
go about like playing around that? This is also open to everybody, but
Like getting like players in, like if one can't make it type stuff.
yeah.
I have like an idea, but it has been really difficult to find specifically jungle and mid laners or ADCs, one of
Ooh,
the three. I think
mid
I
laners,
think this
really?
needs to be, well, no, it's like it was jungle and ADC,
Mm,
not mid. Mid was actually extremely easy. um I think there's got to be like a bigger tryout pool, like a larger tryout, but more team captains or managers go in and like pick them out.
okay, okay.
Someone's
As the
hoarding them.
is there just what there's a secret stash of
Somebody's
junglers
hoarding all the
somewhere?
players. Hyperion shield.
I I mean, if worst comes to shove, if you literally can't find anyone, it's more like you just ask people you know that you probably know would vibe with the team. And you're like, hey, so like you might not want to play this role, but we kind of need one, and like I know you probably like most of the people on the team. So do you want to like try and play that role? And either gonna go really well or go really poorly, and you can see one of the ends of it with my team. So hey, there you go.
That's kind of what we did last week, because we needed a sub, and then Parade, we were like looking out everywhere, and then Parade was just like, "Oh, my friend can come in. He doesn't really play mid, but it's fine. He'll learn."
Yeah, so how do I direct this? Brains. Uh, God damn it. Um, looking through. This is you. It is a little bit difficult. But give me a little bit of a, I don't know, leeway here. I'm sifting through 50 notes that I had 10 minutes to throw together. Um,
If you want, I have a question for both Darkin and Pando.
oh yeah, no, absolutely. You
So
have at
don't
it.
answer each at a time. But for both of you, since both your teams got eliminated, what do you think was the held you guys back the most during this
Oh,
season?
uh,
Well, inconsistency with the roster, because we never actually had a jungle that actually stayed. It was either A, they couldn't stay because either they ranked out or they weren't
same
eligible,
problem.
or they were the most passive aggressive person we've ever met, and it was just like, well, this is the only person we got. So it was uh, like that's like if we had it at all, if we actually had a stable roster, like most of the teams that are in playoffs right now, I think the season would have gone like a lot more better. Better than an 08 season for sure, but like I don't know how much better, right? So that's my answer at least.
Yeah,
What about
for
you, Darkin?
my team Skyline, we definitely had a finding jungle and ADC issues. Like we went through, we had our first jungler, which was great. I think if we were able to keep our first jungler, we would have been able to make like top 5, probably top 4, and made playoffs. But then we had our ADC switch out. Then we had to switch out our jungler again after we switched him, and our new ADC uh may have been boosted.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So yeah,
Ooh.
So if we were able to keep, I think, our first two players and their first two players, we definitely would have made playoffs.
Yeah. Trying to
Yeah, 15 minutes
actually,
just pick one random one.
I do. Okay, I have picked something out. You know, I get really bad choice paralysis, guys. It's like you take me to a restaurant, don't, or just pick out a meal for me, especially if I haven't gone before. Um, this one's for you, El Sword. This one's in playoffs in
Oh.
in the upcoming matchup. Gitano was the color caster for Emerald. Their support. How do you
Okay.
look forward to doing that? How much do you look forward to beating down on Blue Water League casters? Does that add anything?
Well, first of all, I had no idea that was the case. And second of all, well, makes me look even better, I guess.
Oh yeah, man. Because you guys are winning. You guys are winning the series, right? Yeah.
Well, we won last week,
Yeah,
and
and so
we
you're
didn't
so
have
you're
our
yeah,
mid
so
laner,
like
so I
yeah.
don't want to ego too much, but you know,
Oh, ego as much as ego as much as you can, man. That's what we're here for.
yeah, we're definitely gonna win, man.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
here for nothing less.
Oh, right. Uh, one thing that I also mentioned up here is that Darkin, there's perhaps a little bit of interest of seeing whether or not you'd want to continue coaching next year. If you take well, yeah, next year because it's the end of the year. Duh. If you'd be looking forward to doing that, perhaps into next season again in Blue Water Gold, maybe.
Not Blue Water Gold, probably just one team, but there'll be more teams for their higher ranked ones.
Okay. Okay.
Make the roster easier.
Lost it easier.
Keep it bubbly.
I've tried here.
Just what my drink says.
Elsword and Juggernaut won the season prior. Oh,
Yeah,
hell yeah,
no,
man.
2 seasons prior.
2 seasons prior. Oh, all right.
Yeah,
This is a good
the
story.
season right before was Dean that plays on our team that won it.
All right. So, uh, is this where we open up the Flame Dory segment for giving me incorrect notes? Nah.
We can, but
Oh
he
yeah,
was also the coach when I won, so I don't know
Oh,
how I
okay.
can.
I mean, let's be honest. Who isn't down to Flame Dory? That's the
Oh
real
damn!
question.
All right, Pandora. Okay, okay. Let's not go too hard because I do want to be able to come back next week. Maybe not on this show specifically, but you know, even just casting in general for Diamond. If I get a call from Dory, that's like, hey, you know, you're not casting next week for Diamond. You know, and we don't want it to be that extreme. But
Hey, at the end of the day, a player said that, not you. So hey, not on
true,
you.
true. Yeah. Okay. Uh, looking at the matchups. One highlighted thing for the Hyperion Shield matchup is the top lane one is going to be a fairly big focus between Dark Python and Puffin. Uh, Elsword, perhaps.
Yeah, Python is a good player. I will give him that. But he also has some pretty low lows. So we're kind of hoping on that. But even if he has a good game or he's popping off, I think we're still gonna be fine. Because as a team, we're overall stronger, in my opinion. So we can kind of shut down whatever advantage he may or may not gain. It's always a surprise, and Puffin is really good at laning.
All
He's
right.
really good at other things, but specifically at laning and team fighting, he's really good.
I will say that's really funny is that 3 out of their 5 starters, Hyperion Shield, will legit my teammates last split. So I can say what Dark
Oh.
Python is. So basically, Elsword is correct that he has really high highs and really low lows. And that's kind of the same thing for the mid laner as well. They both kind of go the same hand in hand. When they are really high, they're going to the moon. If they're low, they're going to be like legit a boulder that's kind of like they're not moving type deal. It not in a bad way, but it's kind of that way. So if they get ahead, then they're going to be able to skyrocket their lead into an oblivion. If they
Yeah,
don't,
thank God they're
then-
not going to get a lead. Thank God the song's just going to quick 3-0 and it's going to be epic and they're not
Whoa!
going to have a chance in hell. It's going to be awesome. Song 3-0, baby. Top laner Dark Python, that guy's trash. We got Puffin. Jungler Swag, the guy's trash. They got the Dino. Mid laner, I don't know who that is, but it's not Jug. Jug is the GOAT. We got Yes Parade and Elsword in the bot lane. We got the best bot lane in the league. We got to go quick 3-0 Son, baby.
Let's
Woo!
go. We got
that was the most
Shout out
random.
to Dean who just joined us in the podcast.
That was a Dean jump scare if I've ever seen one.
I didn't know. I was not expecting to be ganked in Otter Talk.
That has
You know,
to be
that's
the-
a jungler for you. He can gank you anywhere, even when you least expect it.
but yeah,
I-
like I was saying, it's really going to be depending on if Hyperion Shield's jungler and support can actually get the top lane and mid ahead. Because if they can do that, I think Shield is sitting in a pretty good spot, and it's going to be a lot harder on Son if they can't kind of navigate to where we to stop that from happening. And that's kind of like the biggest thing I'm looking for tonight against this matchup is can Son shut down getting these two people snowballed. And if they could do that, I think it's way more favored in Son.
I'm gonna stop you right there. No one is ever gonna make Jug get behind. Like that guy is low-key the best mid laner in the league, and by quite a decent margin.
I know this is coming from an 08 mid laner, but I clear any week. Just saying.
Okay. No. Speak your facts, Pandorum. Let's go on.
So the thing about I'm just going to talk about this. I think when it comes to this, I do think that Juggernaut is better at basically doing what he needs to do, and it just either go even or go ahead in his lane to where he can be that factor to kind of play around the team. And if he goes even against Hyperion Shield's mid laner, I think it's just going to be easy. And again, it's like the whole thing comes down to if Son can stop the snowball, then I think it's just Son favor. But if they can, then it's going to be Hyperion Shield favorite, in my opinion. And I think that's the whole thing. But I just want to do some ego trip here for myself, saying I could clear. But obviously, I'm not in playoffs. So what the hell do I know?
Hey, it's a
That's
team. It's a team game. Don't tell that to your teammates that I said that though. So
I'm really interested in Darkin's point of view because he
Oh.
is pretty much the only unbiased one, being on neither organizations.
I'm looking at these two players right now. We're talking about Juggernaut and Zil69, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. I'm looking at both their profiles, and I'm thinking like, I'm looking at Juggernaut's champ pool. I'm like, okay, this guy plays a lot of AP. He never touches AD. I'm thinking Zil69 can just pick Galio, but I'm looking at his pool, and there's no, I don't see any practice on any champion, so I just have to go with Juggernaut because looks like a mid laner.
it's okay. It's
What
okay.
about the
Galio's
top
fucking
lane
easy.
matchup?
So
Yeah, so fun fact, Darkin. Last bit when I had him, he started in jungle, then he went topside, and then back to jungle. So that's why you can't tell anything.
Yeah, maybe that might be a secret hidden tech. Play. Oh, actually, I think if Zil69 can lock Zac in the mid lane, Juggernaut will not know what to do. If he can lock Zac
Zach mid. Okay.
mid,
Yeah,
because
so
he'll
I would
have
say
that survivability and able to roam if he knows how.
I'm going to tell you, as a player who played with Zill, he does not play tank, so that is already off the table.
Damn.
He was a carry jungler. He was not any. He was like the Kindred brand player, not a Zac Sejuani player.
Well, I'm pretty sure if what's the team? Sons of Accel just bans Brand. I think they're just good.
All right, I'm taking notes.
So I don't know. Moving on, I guess back over to the other TD Wildcards Monarch match. It's a bit of an interesting one because like we don't have anybody from either team here. The main focus here is going to be mid, apparently between Razors for Life and Verinda, VAR,
Oh,
It's Verinda.
Verinda.
You got it right.
Verinda.
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, Pandorum, you're the first to mention that it is Verendum. Do you have any sort of knowledge on that, or?
So this game I'm really looking forward to is because if I'm correct, Racers for Life is also in the TD Discord. And I think he's been on a TD team before. I can't remember, but I do know that Verenda is a heavy Diana player. So if she has an angle that she can play Diana mid, then she's playing Diana mid. And she's also a very control mage person. So if you can play anything that really annoys her, which is a brand. So Razors, if you're listening to this, just lock in brand. She's gonna tilt the rest of the game. Then you'll see it game 2, brand is banned. That's all you gotta do. But essentially that's how it's going to work, is that if you can find a way to pretty much counteract her Diana and or control mages, I think it'll be fine in the mid lane. So I think that's kind of how it's going to be going, is like if Razors can actually find champions that can actually combat that easily, then I think it's Razors favored. But if not, I think it's going to be like a pretty much a close head to head, is it in my opinion.
I think it's a really, really good matchup between the two because they're such opposites. Like, Verinda she doesn't have a very high champion pool, but she's really good at those champions. And then Razors is kind of the opposite. He has like a lot of champions he can play, but he's not so great at them. And even like in game, Verinda is a very resource intensive mid laner. She's gonna ask jungle to be there all the time. And Razors is I don't really see the jungle presence around him. I've never been in a team with him, but when I played against him, jungler was not around. So it's gonna be very interesting. I would have to favor Verinda personally.
All right, Darkin. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on the TD Wildcards Conduit match before we start to close up for the games coming up?
No.
No? Okay. Well, so before we close it out, since we are getting to around that time, and Elsword, I do want to give you time with your team to prep for your match
you.
upcoming against Hyperion Shield. I don't want to keep you here too long. Give any shout outs you want to throw out to ideally in a iambic pentameter, we'll say. Darkin. You don't actually have to do the iambic pentameter part, but anyone you would like to throw out first, Darkin.
What?
Yeah, I mean, at least in the diamond ones, usually have someone say, "Hey, I want to like this guy is cool" or whatever, or you can even say yourself, hype yourself up. I guess maybe Elsword, if you want to try to start to send this out first, with any sort
Hyping
of shout
somebody
outs.
up. Verinda's a girl?
Yes.
Has a girl won playoffs yet? Or won the thing?
That is, I don't know if we have that knowledge available actually.
Oh,
I shout out Verinda. Verinda's gonna carry.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let's go, Verinda. We believe in you.
All right. So yeah, Elsword, Pandorum, either one. Anyone you want to shout out before we send it out, or?
I'm gonna. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I have two things to say. First off, sorry, three. First off, Dean, if you don't win again, you're literally bad. So you better win this split, or you're literally bad. Second off, hard take. Sorry, not hard take. Hot take. Jolly Rogers legit clears the rest of the league. Just saying that right now. Thirdly, I'm gonna be like Jody from Avatar. There was no Hyperion gaming.
Oh,
We did not
damn.
exist. We did not
Damn.
exist.
Dude, that's rough. That's rough, buddy.
I never played this season. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. Wait, you're right. Well, Elsword, any final thoughts before we close it out here?
Shout out to my parents who watch every single one of my games and support
Ooh.
me all the way.
Oh
And
yeah.
shout out to the amazing staff at Sun that helped me through uh to get back in competitive, specifically Excel and Dory. Shout out to you guys.
Well, that's a pretty touching place to end it off on. So we are going to give it end it out here, but coming up in just a few minutes, it will be the stream match will be that one that Elsword is playing in between Sons of Accel and Hyperion Shield. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that on the other side of this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Blue Otter League. We are at week number 8, quarterfinals, Sons of Accel versus Hyperion Shield. My name is Fury. I am joined alongside Storm tonight. We're going to see a pretty good game. It's going to be 4-3 Sons of Accel versus 4-3 Hyperion Shield. The only difference being one game win of Sons of Accel, 9-7, versus the 8-7. So it's going to be a very close game, Storm. How are you feeling going into this first best of 5 of the season?
Yeah, it's playoffs. It's always exciting. These two teams, I believe, did just play each other in the last week, in week 7 there.
Oh.
Okay.
You know what? You want to run that one back? You want to throw that back to a pause while we wait for them? We're waiting on teams to be ready for champ select. So we'll be right back, guys. Just give us a couple minutes.
We're back. We got faked out there. Sorry, guys. Bans have started. We don't know what the first one is. The second one, though, on the side of Hyperion Shield, that's going to be Talia taking that off of Dean. Then Brand immediately following that. Storm, you were talking about how these two teams met last week.
Yeah, these two teams did just play each other. Sons of Accel were taking that 2-0 over Hyperion Shield, but both games went over 30 minutes. It was a fairly close series. It wasn't a complete stomp, so hopefully Hyperion can bring it back tonight. As we're
Yeah, this is
continuing
the
through bans. Okay,
definition
nice.
of run it back. I see the Poppy popped in.
Yep.
So that's a Poppy, Renekton, and then a Mumu ban. That's a pretty straightforward ban, getting rid of that Mumu. Very annoying champ to play against, but could always pull out the Zac if you're looking for that. Sivir ban. I don't know about Sivir ban that early. I don't think she's that strong of a champion to be banning this early or to
Oh,
really be too worried about.
yeah. New patch did just drop. Have heard that Corky is the new AD carry hotness. That he's really broken. Be interested to see if either of these teams have kind of looked at the data and if they're going to be picking that up tonight. But Seraphine, kind of a really strong AP carry, support kind of trio flex. It's going to be answered here by Caitlyn and Lilia.
Early Lilia. Okay, that's
Getting-
definitely going to be. I mean, Lilia jungle could be a top flex. I'm imagining that's going to be jungle. There's the Ziggs hover. That's a interesting hover right now. Has Ziggs been changed recently? Was Ziggs on this patch as well?
No, not much. He's still
So
kind
he's
of
still
just
bad.
he's just kind of the premier. Like if you need an AP carry, kind of what you pick. He just provides a lot of wave clear. He's just kind of a stable bot lane. He's really good into Caitlyn because Caitlyn can't shove you in and get plates.
Right.
So I imagine that's the reason they're picking that, and that's kind of locking Seraphine now in as a support mid kind of flex. I imagine more towards support. Seraphine mid isn't quite as potent as a skirmisher, especially with this Viego getting locked in.
Yeah, I don't know if I like them locking in all of that just AP right off the bat. No real support. Like I get what they're going for, but they probably could have like faked a flex somewhere. Made them, kind of think on their toes about what they were picking for their ADC support. But I believe they did just play the Brand Seraphine last week. Obviously, Brand's gonna be a little bit different than what Ziggs is going to offer. Brand's a little bit better at just fighting, and Ziggs can, like you said, poke. He can push waves out. Later on in the game, he's gonna be great at destroying turrets. But early on, it's gonna be probably a little bit hard to really fight against this Caitlyn, depending on what they go with their support. Because right now, Lilia Silas, that's kind of jungle top mid flex, unless someone's got some new tech on Silas support that I don't know about.
Yeah, I was about to see this Silas pick is pretty incredible right now. That's two incredible ults in Seraphine and Ziggs to steal already. Generally, it's Silas mid nowadays. Don't see a lot of it top lane, unless it's that counter pick into Malphite or something similar to that. See Hyperion Shield banning some kind of more team fight kind of orientated top laners in the Mundo and the Rumble, two characters who are really good at just kind of soaking up damage, whereas Sons of Accel ban Mordekaiser just did their last ban. I imagine it would be another top lane ban. Syndra that they're currently hovering would be kind of an odd choice. Yeah, and there's the Alawi.
Yeah, it's a pretty good lock in there. Get rid of Alawi. She's very annoying, and hopefully you guys are starting to see these bans pop up. They're very bugged out on draft wall right now, but yeah, it's hopefully going to sort itself out here in a few. But Caitlyn, Lilia, Silas pick for Hyperion Shield. Sons of Accel currently have Seraphine, Ziggs, and Viego. Hyperion Shield hovering the Blitzcrank, and they do lock in the Blitzcrank. Always good against the Seraphine to grab him. I'm pretty sure that's just one of her biggest counters. Probably still is to this day, and fits well with the Caitlyn if you're looking for the knockups in a trap combo. If you're actually in synergy with your support, shouldn't be too hard to get a couple quick headshots off of that. Really bully Seraphine out of the lane.
Yeah, and Blitzcrank also has that AoE shield break with his ultimate now, which was kind of the recent change that can really deny if it is Seraphine mid. It still does deny a whole bunch of that power, but imagine They're going to pick kind of a more skirmishing focused mid laner like this Tristana that's currently getting hovered for Sons of Accel. And that is locked in. It could be Ziggs mid, I guess, and Tristana ADC, but imagining that it's going to be the Ziggs bot lane and Tristana mid. Trying to give Viego some, kind of lanes to play through. That Viego is all about, that burst and the reset to utilize abilities off of Hyperion Shield. And Sons of Accel round out their comp, kind of going with the old age S tier blind and Gnar.
3 Yordles on that team.
Yeah, that's true. I also really, really hate picking Gnar when Silas is on the enemy team, as that's probably like one of the best alts in the game to steal.
Yeah. Sons of Accel, I'm not big on their draft. They're no real tank. Gnar's get a tank and probably build a little bit bruiser as well. But all of their initiation is really situational. You have to wait for that Gnar bar to fill up for him to engage and look for a fight. Tristana, if she jumps in and has to jump right back out, she can't really do a whole lot with that. So Sons of Accel are kind of backing themselves into a corner with their draft, and Hyperion Shield is a little bit more flexible, a lot of range, a lot of poke. They just picked up that Corki like you were talking about, so I imagine that's just going to go Corki mid.
Yeah,
maybe Silas Jungle Lily atop, or flip flop that potentially.
Yeah, so that would be my guess. Is it's probably Corki mid lane, Silas top lane into this Gnar, Lilia jungle, the Caitlyn Blitzcrank bot lane for the side of Hyperion Shield. But they're playing much more of, almost a pick style comp, right? You're fishing for Blitzcrank hooks and Silas combos, and Lilia sleeps into Caitlyn kind of traps, whereas Sons of Accel are very much on the go in, burst people down plan. That you have the Seraphine ult and the Ziggs combo and the Viego burst with Gnar and Tristana to just hopefully really blow up one member of Hyperion Shield and get those Viego resets flowing.
Yeah, it's a team where if they get ahead early, they can do very, very well going into mid to late game. But if they get behind early, Hyperion Shield are just going to scale harder, faster, and it's gonna be hard for Sons of Accel to pull themselves back in the game. So they got to focus early, look for early picks where they can. Just try to poke and survive, dodge blitz hooks down there. They should be fine. But Hyperion Shield have very large room for error. They can miss a blitz hook and still be fine and follow up some damage, or even just blow a flash, get some kind of summoner spell out from bot lane, even on a missed ability.
Yeah, there's a lot of non-committal engage, right? If you're Hyperion Shield, like you're talking about, you can throw out these Blitzcrank hooks and the Lilia bowling balls. Caitlyn can just randomly throw headshots and ults, and Corki can look to poke you out before fights. So it's all going to be about, can Sons of Accel use their kind of almost better wave player with this Tristana Ziggs and get this Gnar his rage bar and set up at an objective first? Because if you're Hyperion Shield, you cannot face check Sons of Accel. That's the way to get aced. That's the way the game ends. But never know until we see the game and how it plays out. What's your feeling heading into this? Do you have a favorite?
So, going off of draft, I want to say Hyperion Shield, but at the same time, going off of last week, Sons of Accel 2-0'd Hyperion Shield. That's 2 out of 3 games won in a best of 5 there. So I kind of want to give the recency bias to Sons of Accel. I think they should be able to pull off this draft. If they drafted it, if they play with it, they're confident in it, then they should be able to play well with it. So I'll give it to Sons of Accel.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you there, actually. That as much as I like what a lot of Hyperion Shield is doing, I think what they're playing is incredibly risky. That any sort of early deaths, and there's a lot of lanes that are very, very vulnerable to ganks, especially when you have, kind of Lilia jungle, who isn't the best early game kind of skirmishing character. That I think this Viego is probably going to get a hurt early, and I think Sons of Accel are going to win off of it.
All right. Well, we shall see for sure. We'll get into game number 1 here in just a few minutes, guys. Do not go anywhere. See you all very soon. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are in for game number 1 of Sons of Accel versus Hyperion Shield. After a little bit of a pause there, we're finally in. And I believe they swapped sides. I believe team stayed the same, right? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm not sure. I think they're still there.
Yeah.
Both teams waiting in these bushes, though. Oh,
All right.
early pull to come through. That's going to land a nice 3-man root, though, coming in for Elsword. That's going to be first blood going over to Puffin as they continue to chase. Elheim is on 1 health, actually managing to make it out of there alive. Dark Python trying to get away. Dean right in tow. Getting some damage off, forces the flash over the wall there, and that is just going to be the 1-for-0 overall, immediately in favor of Sons of Accel.
Yeah, it's a huge pickup early. You know, the Blitzcrank team always going to go for the invade. It's nice to see Seraphine stack up. Seraphine has not bought a support item, however. Hopefully they realize that and recall and get one.
Quick question: is it just me, or is it? I'm not getting any game sound, or is that just me?
I'm not hearing much either. But...
Okay, I just wanted to throw that out. But Dino gonna be getting that red. Is it Dino or is it Dean Zero? What are we saying on that?
I would just call him Dean.
Just Dean.
Yeah.
I like Dino though. Just a
Yeah.
fun nickname. Enough to Puff in top versus XIL. Already that Gnar with the boots coming back, I can't imagine Silas is too happy about that, but it won't be a significant advantage. But Gnar having gold early can't be fun to play against.
Yeah, that's just kind of how the matchup goes, right? Is Gnar gets to bully you really early until you're level 6, and then you get to kill Gnar whenever your ultimate is up. We did see Seraphine go back, get their support item. They're now back in lane. Hopefully that gives Yes Parade some sort of level advantage, because Elsword is going to be a little behind now. Lane states right now pretty even. We see both junglers are actually pathing to different sides of the map. That this Viego is heading more towards the top side, whereas Swag on this Lily is heading down towards bot lane. I'm guessing just doing their full clear, trying to make sure that this Caitlyn lane is able to push in, get some early plates down like Caitlyn always wants to.
Yeah, I can't imagine we're going to be seeing Lilia go bot lane too much unless Havoc and Python are calling for it because they have like a good pull opportunity or something, because these waves are pretty much going to be dead center the whole time. No one's really going to be pushing into the other. And Elsword and Yes Parade, I can't imagine are going to be trying to walk up too far as these two mages. So Lily is just going to have to stick to the mid and top lane if they're actually looking to get any real presence and any real gold ingested into the team.
Yeah, and we see both teams, you know, just taking the scuttles, making sure that they reset. There is quite a big CS discrepancy in this top side here, but XL9's going in.
Yeah, Puffin taking a lot of damage from that full combo there, can barely get any damage back, and Juggernaut going in on Ellen. What is it, Elo him? Able to get away though. Puffin almost dying up top there as XL has to burn that flash.
Yeah, and I'm kind of worried for this Gnar. They're not really healthy enough. They really need to pop some of these potions and kind of get this reset off if they're not taking it. Yeah,
holding on to those potions was not a good idea for that fight. Probably could have survived a little bit longer, maybe actually traded back a kill or something, but instead just gets bullied.
Yeah, and we're seeing just kind of lanes going out how they will. Corki obviously has had those changes for quite a while now. That's been 5 or 6 patches that he's no longer is quite as much of a bully.
Wow, that pull lollipops on a Yes Parade there. Doesn't have flash, but thankfully doesn't need to burn it. He's able to get away, and decent amount of trade back on the Lost Havoc with that damage.
Yep. We're just going to see that hopefully they're able to get this combo with the Caitlyn trap sometime soon after that, so that they can get more CC and some time for a kill. Dragon is spawned, Grubs are spawning in just a little bit here as well. Wonder where these teams are going to try and play early. Side lane's such a kind of a potent threat kind of this game. Gnar always wants to remain on that side. Caitlyn wants those grubs for the early push, so I imagine that's where these teams are going to play, but maybe they'll just try and cross map, go for these dragons. What do you think?
I'd like to see Dean head towards the bot lane for a gank. He's got that sheen. Dark Python, Lost Havoc haven't done anything, haven't been able to back yet with any gold. So they probably could have taken a fight, but Yes Parade, low on mana, won't be able to do much for it. And now Dragon's just kind of wide open for this, and nobody can really contest it. So I think had Viego go down there, maybe they were able to fight this. But with the timing on that mana pool for Yes Parade just didn't look like it was in the cards. So at least maybe they can go up and trade that for Void Grubs, which have just spawned. But we are going to see that TP come from Yes Parade into the bot lane, while Dark Python and Lost Havoc are going to take it back.
Yeah, that is one of the nice things about playing Ziggs, is you don't need that general combat spell. You're able to run the TP, get yourself your bases after you pick up, you know, whatever mana item. In this case, it was Lost Chapter instead of a tier item. But we do see Viego just taking these grubs. Just going to trade that back early. Even had a roam up from the Seraphine. But Yes Parade just trying to make sure that they get this wave in, staying safe. And there's the trade of the grubs.
Now, what's interesting, you pointed that out, is the Lost Chapter over something like a tier. Do you think that might have been a mistake on Yes Parade's part here? Do you think, like, I think he's probably going to end up going a tier item anyway, right?
I'm really unsure, because like the mage build that's kind of been really popular right now in League, that's all burst focused, is kind of what isn't a tier build anymore. That most people are going Storm Surge plus the Luden's companion, whatever they've renamed it to, is kind of the current mage build. So if Yes Parade is going for that, that's perfectly viable. But if they're going towards, you know, kind of that more traditional burn style with Ziggs of the Leandry's items and things like that, probably isn't the best first purchase, and I would have liked to see that tier. It just gives you that safety early. But we do see this gank coming in. Swags here.
Yeah, Popin's going to get hit by the bowling ball. Swag has the ult and drops it. Xyel's going to steal the ult, knock him against the wall, and pick up the kill for himself. Meanwhile, bot lane here, Elsword takes a lot of damage after getting pulled by Havoc there, but it will be able to survive as the Ignite burns away. Dark Python, no flash, no barrier as well. Elsword, a nice route back. Yes Parade, no mana to really fight this. They're going to have to back. Lost Havoc's got the pull back up.
Oh, that was...
Yes Parade with a nice flash. Oh, they're going to trade back that kill. They are, man. Did not expect that to happen. Maybe a little bit greedy there from Havoc.
Yeah.
Going to continue to chase, and Dark Python in potential trouble as Dean appears in the bot lane, but that's going to be the end of that fight.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of miscommunication there, but both these players really willing to, you know, kind of play for each other. Elsword using the heal, and Yes Parade was willing to flash to save his support, which is always nice to see. But that's, you know, kind of the first plate going over to Ziggs, which is, you know, some really huge gold injection. And I guess we'll see as he backs to base if what he's going to be going for item-wise.
Yes.
Just kind of see standard
first item is.
I'm really hoping it's this Luden's companion if he's going for these Sork boots, just to really get the kind of penetration. There is a ton of squishy members over on the side of Suns, or whoever's on red side. I can't tell, sorry.
Hyperion's red.
Hyperion, okay, yeah. Yeah, that there are really squishy, right? You talked about there's no dedicated tank, so if they are able to get this burst build, you do see going in, getting that big trade down.
Good amount of burst, immediate trade by Elo. Juggernaut dodges that R. Elsword waiting behind that wall, potentially looking for a gank here. It doesn't look like anything's really going to come of it, though. Elo's backing off due to a lack of mana. And now Dean showing up on the top side here. Puffin trying to get the Gnar bar filled up. Accel turns, goes in. Puffin ready to transform. Dean going for the stun, misses the ultimate from Puffin out of tower range. He's still taking some shots. Dean's going to take a shot now. Accel may be able to get that kill, potentially a double. No. Puffin is able to get out of there. As a bowling ball comes through in the top side, Puffin is just going to have to turn and run a decent play. Accel just a little bit too tanky to go down there. So very well played by him as well. And Swag showing up at a really good time. Overall, nothing really happening up in there in the top lane. Oh, a pull over the wall, though, on Elsword. Only level 5, and you mentioned that earlier. He was going to be behind for a little bit, and still is.
Yeah, we do see the kind of second set of grubs has spawned.
Uh-oh. Sael going deep, but Dean's here. There's the stun, and he's going to give that kill to Puffin. I say give it, but Puffin secured it. And Accel just tunneling. That was a very, very long case of tunnel vision.
Yeah, and that's a pretty major blow that's gonna really freely give over these 6 grubs, which is just gonna make it so that anybody who's ever given any time on the side. Oh, we do see Swag coming in.
This is gonna be a 2v2 in a second here, potentially a 1v2. Yeah, Juggernaut doesn't get there in time. That's gonna be a kill going over to Lilia, and now Juggernaut just has to turn and run. Blast Cone still available from the use. He's gonna use that to get out of here. Juggernaut trying to get away, and does so as Swag continues that chase. Dark Python in the bot lane here under tower, able to get out without having to use that barrier. Well used. Swag did have to flash during that fight, but I think getting 1 kill and these grubs is going to be well worth that flash.
Yeah, I mean, they've denied the 6 grubs, just keeping them to 4 only gives you the 1 Void Might. Which is a pretty big deal, and they do have the dragon, and the next dragon is spawned of the game of Chemtech. No one really wants that a lot. There isn't that much healing or shielding in this game. I guess Seraphine could use it.
Ult under tower, there's the barrier from Dark Python. Oh, uses the net, which locks him up, and because of that, that bouncing bomb is able to land right on his head. Yes, Parade picks up another kill in the bot lane there.
Yeah, Dark Python goes down. They are building this early lethality, I'm guessing, going towards this collector. So hopefully they're able to start picking up and getting some plates. Otherwise, this Caitlyn is going to fall into kind of the classic power trough usefulness of like being useless, rather. And Ziggs is awfully close to getting first tower with his W satchel.
Caitlyn will be an R machine later on, essentially. Juggernaut jumps in, and Elo is just not strong enough to stay there and fight. Couldn't get out. Had flash. Decided not to use it. Maybe he was just aware that the death was coming in. And that's going to be the first solo kill for Juggernaut. First kill of the game for him. Oh, wow. What a pull there from Accel. The longest chains in history.
Yeah, that was something. Be a while, hopefully, but that's flash burn from your Caitlyn. Again, that's so rough.
Flash for ult. I think Yesperi takes that. I think it's about a minute and a half right now on that cooldown for the ult, so he'll have that back up in no time. Uses the TP to get back to lane and do a little bit of bullying on Python and gets the flash. So good comeback on there. Currently 5-2 with about a 2.5k gold lead for Sons of Accel. Puffin just trying to stop the back of Accel. Still about even in CS, which is kind of what you expect against a Silas. But 2-1-0. What do you think about that Wits End first purchase for Puffin?
I think that's really interesting. I mean, I get wanting to have the early MR and stuff like that, but I would have gone more for the Merc Treads, but just hold on. Might have a kill here. So Gnarled into the wall.
Gonna give that one to Dino, which I do appreciate. Dean needs some kills here. Gotta get this Viego online. He's gonna use that ult reset on the Swag. They're gonna miss the stun, and they're gonna wisely get out of tower range while that ult is proccing from Swag. Elsword takes a lot of damage here. The burn is ticking. Gets pulled again. Tries to throw back some abilities, gets a little bit of poke, but definitely needs to be careful. Dark Python has the ult available. Yes, Braid has the flash available in case he wants to flash in front of you again, but I don't think he really wants to have to use that.
Yeah, and we do have the Caitlyn ult. Ace in the Hold is available on the Seraphine if she uses her W randomly. Other interesting items coming out here. Echoes of Halia rushed for Seraphine. Normally not the enchanter item I see on her. That's
It's an interesting lineup. The first tower over to Puffin as the ultimate is stolen by Accel. Puffin turns, gets the stun. Blue team's going to drop that Rift Herald, and now we're going to see Viego come top to try to help out Puffin. Gets the stun, uses that ult just to knock him away. Puffin continuing to chase here. This may be his downfall because of it. Chains are going to miss as Dean is continuing to chase. Accel going to get some healing off of the attack there with that W, but Diego's going to be able to turn around and finish him off. 7-3 now. And in the bot lane, an interesting pull that I just saw there. Elsword goes flying through that wall. Yes Parade flashes out as Elsword gets the ultimate down just to try to save his APC. Swag may still yet get the kill as he continues to chase, and Yes Parade has no mana here. Lost Havoc very low. That's the end of that fight. 2 for 1 across the board there after a very long fight.
Yeah, that's some greatness. Some great news for you guys that you're able to get Caitlyn a kill. I Blitzcrank showing off why it is a banned skin in pretty much every competition, as its hitboxes are fair and balanced, as they say.
I swear that pull was like double the range of a normal Blitz hook. That was a really, really long pull on the Elsword, which ends up getting that kill. Mid lane, which is something we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of. It's just been these 2 scaling ADCs. I imagine the whole game is just going to be dictated by who comes out stronger. As Juggernaut jumps into the jungle and does half of Lost Havoc's health with just a few auto attacks and a W.
Yeah, this dragon's coming up in 45 seconds here, and it's nice to see them grouping early for it.
Dean's going to sleep. Exile just stole the Seraphine ult. Nice ultimate over the wall by Dean. He is going to get charmed. It's going to extend on the Seraphine because of it. He's going to get finally taken down. That's Dark Python getting a second kill now. 2 back-to-back. That's going to pull him right back into the game.
Yep, and Gnar is able to drag this Silas top lane, who kind of expended their ult. But that's kind of my major worry is you guys just burned a lot of ults there going for that play on that jungle, right? And the dragon hasn't spawned yet. It's spawning now in just in the 10 seconds.
Oh man, Dark Python and Lost Havoc chasing for a long time here. Lost Havoc going to eat the majority of that ult as the TP comes through from Puffin. His Q is immediately going to get stopped by the minions as Seraphine picks up the kill on the Lost Havoc there. Puffin still chasing very low. We're going to see the ultimate get extended through him on a Dark Python for the charm. That's going to be a double kill going for Seraphine. Swag's going to turn and pick up a kill on the Puffin there. Just maybe extending out his life by a little bit, but Yes Parade dunks a bomb onto his head, picks up that kill. In mid lane, Juggernaut, Elohim, just a little bit of trading back and forth, no kill overall. You called it. A lot was expended by Hyperion there, and overall, Sons of Accel come back for the win.
Yeah, and they're gonna get this top lane tower here with the power of these couple of grubs, giving them that pushing potential. But it's traded for this dragon, which Hextech Soul is probably one of the best souls you can possibly get in the game. So I imagine both teams are going to be fighting over every single one of these spawning without fail.
Yeah, no doubt. That's going to have to be a priority. Unless, of course, Baron is up. Juggernaut jumping mid. Looking for the kill on an Elo. Barely gets out. Uses that W to jump away. But here comes the Rift Herald. Lord Havoc walking up, using the pull on the Herald there. It doesn't do anything for you. They push that all the way into that second tower. Do quite a bit of damage there, and they're just going to back off. Probably going to back. I'm not sure what they're sitting on gold-wise right now. But they're looking very strong. About 1,500 on Tristana, 1,900 on Ziggs, and 1,600 on Seraphine. This is a big back. They could look to come back and fight right at the Baron, honestly, as that's coming up. Yeah.
Interesting to see Ziggs going for really early Zonias. Looks like they're even completing that. Zonias now kind of gives you that one-time stopwatch. I guess just trying to protect your. Gonna pretend I didn't see that. Protect your bounty. Make sure that that doesn't get taken away. I can see it, I guess.
I like Zonia's. I've genuinely always liked Zonia's early as possible, just because you get a don't die button every single fight. Seeker's Arm Guard is, I genuinely think, still one of like the greatest ROI, like gold for stats item in the game. Especially if you're against Corki and Caitlyn, with them pretty much being the strongest ones. Silas really should never be on you if you're Ziggs, but the ones that are more likely going to be hitting you are going to be Caitlyn and Ziggs, or actually Caitlyn and Corki. So that armor, just even the slight bit, because it's Sork shoes, will at least help in these fights.
Yeah. We see both teams are kind of grouping up, trying to establish vision and get some picks down. I mean, Blitzcrank hooks, gotta imagine, are going to connect at some point eventually, right?
Yeah, they always land right when they matter, right? Like, you can throw 1,000 Qs out in a game. All you need is the one to land for you to win the fight. That might be it, as it does land, but Puffin's going to jump right in. A massive 4-man ult from Elsword there. And that's just essentially going to be the end of the fight. They trade 1-for-1. Dean's going to get ulted, but yes, Braid's going to take that one for him. He's going to go golden. That's just going to solidify his death as Elsword gets pulled by Blitz there, and another 2 kills go down. Ziggs is going to trade back 1 onto Blitz. Overall, 3 for 2, and that was the pull that they needed.
Yeah, and we do see the problem with Zonia's there of you use it when everyone else is dead, and it doesn't really do anything for you.
Yeah.
The other kind of issue I have with this game is your versa Caitlyn. You go into golden stopwatch mode, and you suddenly are going to come out of it eating a cupcake. So...
That is true. Well, I guess it depends on how quickly you are, or on like the you gotta time it right. You gotta be good.
Yeah.
Because so far, I mean, look, you love to say the Caitlyn Blitzcrank combo is really good, right? Like I was mentioning earlier, but how often have we actually been seeing that knock up in a Caitlyn trap actually working? I don't want to say it this way. It's just like, it's gold.
Yeah.
It's gold. They're probably not communicating as much as you'd like them to in the bot lane. Be like, okay, I'm going for this knockup. You're for the trap, whatever. And maybe they're just not quick enough on it. But there's always the perfect outcome, and then what we're actually seeing. And what we're actually seeing is Elsword walking right up and getting pulled right under tower to where Accel could just hit him, no problem. They do trade the turret. I guess you just go support for turret, but now you're going support for APC for a top lane for a turret, and you're trading back some good damage. But was it all worth it? You got Drake coming up in 30 seconds. We were just talking about how important these Hextech Drakes are, and that's going to be one going right over to Hyperion here, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I mean, at least you chunk them enough with that Ziggs combo and everything to stop a potential Baron take, but Baron has spawned, which means blue and red buff are now quite a priority as they're global for your whole team once you take them. So hopefully we see teams start trying to play for those a little bit more on some invades here, getting the deeper vision. See, they've established it down towards the spot lane here with these wards for TP flanks for X. If they had any available, but just not, so they're just going to group up. We do see Baron is getting started while this dragon's being taken.
They're going to rush the Baron. They could have fought around the Drake. They decided to say, screw it, we're going to go straight for the Baron. We'll give you the Drake. We'll go to the Baron. You guys take Drake. Already down to under half health. They're not even going to be able to contest this at all. Lost Havoc's coming in.
Yeah.
There's a bowling ball. That's just going to be Drake for Baron. Gold is not very close. If you look at the scoreboard, it's 12-11, 2-2 on Drake's, but overall right now the map has opened up for Sons of Accel, and this Baron is only going to accelerate that.
Yeah, hopefully we're able to see the Ziggs really kind of start putting it out, that's really the power of Baron is getting you those easy access to those tier 2 towers and getting you some really huge gold swings, getting you to those couple of next items. We see Nara's completed Black Cleaver to kind of shred through some of that armor, provide Tristana and Viego some additional damage. Viego's completed his 2 item spikes, kind of everybody on the side the Sons of Accel have. And second items are coming through for most of red as well. Hyperion, but be interesting to see once we kind of get more and more, in 5 minutes time. I feel like there's going to be third items coming through.
Yeah, this will be coming within the next couple minutes for sure, depending on how quickly these next fights open, because this is getting close. Hyperion is by no means out of this game. They're still ridiculously strong if they take a good fight. But Sons of Accel just have a better way of pushing now that they have the Baron. They're splitting up very well. They're getting the waves pushed mid, bot. They're roaming up top right now to get that up there. Looking like they're clearing out the jungle at the same time. Elo walking into the bushes, and this is what you were talking about. Can't have any face checks going on this late in the game.
Yeah, I was about to say, just for either team, it's just so deadly. And, with all this push power, it just gives you that opportunity to really make somebody check into you.
They're going to take that turret and immediately going to go for the fight. Lost Havoc gets that pull. Nice Ziggs ult drops down. They're finally going to finish off Lost Havoc. Dean gets the transformation. A double kill onto the swag there. Still fighting forward. Elo able to flash out, but the triple kill still going to go over to Dean. He's going to get taken down after taking one too many tower shots. Had his team moved up, he probably could have gotten a penta. Juggernaut going to go under tower here. Try to take out Dark Python. Finally will be able to. Accel is going to live. Going to take down another turret in the bot lane as well as one of the top side here. They're going for bot and top inhib. Top is going to fall first, followed by the second in the bot lane. And now they're just working on these final Nexus towers. We're seeing respawns come in though. The respawn timers aren't super long right now. Only at about 30 seconds or so. Lost Havoc almost picking up a kill under the tower there using that ultimate. They're going to finish off one inhib turret. They're still going to continue on. Puffin with a two-man ultimate. I don't know if he got the stun against the Nexus though. They're going to have to pull off here now as we're seeing respawns come through. Elo trying to finish off Juggernaut, will be able to with the help of Dark Python. Accel gets a kill on the Seraphine there, and another one onto Ziggs by the Corki. Just like that, it's 4 kills, and Viego's back in base essentially. That was realistically, a really big win for Sons of Accel. They just couldn't finish the game.
Yeah, it's kind of all over but the crying, as they say in baseball, that with your Nexus open 2 inhibs at 27 minutes and not really having any magic damage for wave clear other than Olivia, who really wants to be clearing camps right now. It's going to be really hard for you guys to clear these supers and get something. That this next dragon's going to be spawning here in just under a minute. I'm imagining we'll see these teams take that and then start transitioning down towards this mid lane. Just let these supers do the work of pushing and just eventually end the game.
The real question is, do they even really need to fight around this Drake? I think if you're Sons of Accel, maybe you just run with a wave and look to just push both sides again. And then as long as you get a Juggernaut and yes, Parade anywhere near that Nexus, it's dead right now. There's really nothing anyone else can do about it. But maybe you just secure the Drake just to be sure.
Yeah, it just kind of gives you some more time for your supers to get some poke down, but as you can see, I'm pretty sure Ziggs just needs to auto that tower once, and then his satchel will be able to take it. It's really low from a prior push.
And that tower's all but dead right now. Dragon spawns in. Do we even see any movement? Doesn't look like it. Ziggs ult stolen. I don't know if that's the ult you want right now, Accel. I think you really prefer an L Sword or a Puffin ult.
Well, they're getting some poke down, I guess, anyway.
Yeah, that's going to be Caitlyn turning into the R button at 30 minutes.
But there's quite a big wave top lane that they're now coming to hit, and there's a wave crashing down a mid with no wave clear left to kind of help it out. So I imagine this will be this mid tower going down.
And that's going to be Dragon falling as well. Oh, that can't be good. Oh, they're not going to follow up on it. Lost Havoc going to get the pull, but Yespray goes golden. Swag will not fall. Actually manages to stay alive through that. A 3-man ult coming out from Puffin. 2 stuns on it. And realistically, that is the end of that fight as the Satchel Charge knocks down 3. So Dragon for a lot of summoners and a lot of ultimates, and that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, and that's really good for Hyperion because you're farming supers. You're making so much money. I mean, if you're able to kind of dance around this Baron a little and just prevent the kind of eject rush that's happening right now, that really puts you back in the game. That everybody's even when it comes to item spikes right now.
And acting as security at this bush here. But you're right, they've been getting a lot of gold.
Yeah, I mean, look at that Caitlyn headshot
Ultimate
damage.
comes through. Accel over the wall, misses the Seraphine ult. They're all grouped up now. Dean getting a kill onto one. Tristana getting the kill onto the Silas there. And now Havoc and Dark Python trying to run away. Puffin's going to land the Meteor or Satellite, I think it is on this one. Dean's going to get that kill. Ultimate comes over from Parade. I'm going to drop that bomb, get the kill onto Dark Python. And now it is just the final push. Juggernaut jumps on to elo him with the ultimate from Seraphine. They're going to finish off that Nexus at 31 minutes and 20 seconds. Game number 1 is going to go over to Sons of Accel.
Yeah, pretty clean victory on their side. Not much to say. Hyperion just wasn't able to kind of get it going together, right? They had some of those moments of brilliance with Silas getting those kills and stuff like that, but just weren't able to kind of facilitate that into anything.
Yeah, I mean, they still had so many ways to get back in the game, honestly, despite being behind. They were still very strong. Blitz was still just a hook machine. You know, all you had to do is just land a few, but it just seems like whenever one was landed, there wasn't a whole lot of follow-up behind it, so it just seemed like maybe a lack of communication in just some of those fights. But a lot of hooks that landed led to very good team fights. But overall, Sons of Accel we talked about it, they were able to get a quick lead early on, and because of that, they were able to just make that fly super early.
Yeah. And I imagine we're just going to send this over to a quick break before game 2 starts of this series. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Team swapped. Hyperion Shield on the blue side, Sons of Accel on the red side. They're jumping right in the draft. Pretty much the same stuff already. Talia Brand, and then we got the Amumu Poppy right off the bat. Storm, what would you like to see Hyperion change going into this draft-wise?
Ziggs, get rid of it or pick it first, because that pick destroyed you. The
Yeah,
Caitlyn
Ziggs
wasn't
did a
it.
lot more than I thought he was going to. I'll be honest, I did not expect Ziggs to be that prevalent, especially that early on, but Hyperion said we're going to get rid of it, and Sons of Accel did not like that Silas in the last game, understandably.
The Seraphine first pick coming in. A lot of high priority on this for some reason. Guess it gives you some real team fight strength. Gonna see what Sons of Accel go to counter this, if they're just gonna take their own support here, I imagine. I mean, Blitzcrank is available if you want to show that. They're hovering Karma currently, which I don't really support.
Locked
Gonna
it
take
in.
the Karma. Yep.
First pick Karma. Throw that top, baby. Okay, Sivir Karma bot lane potentially here. Karma can be a flex, I guess, but picking Sivir, I think that's like definitely Sivir Karma.
Yeah, so I guess Sons of Accel has said we are playing the Sivir game. We are gonna draft some sort of beefy tank guy like Olaf, you know, the bruiser, the stereotypical juggernaut, and we're gonna run you down. Sivir
Nyla
offers,
pick.
you know, the unparalleled wave clear, and I'm sorry, they just picked Nyla. Holy crap.
Okay. Nyla Seraphine Nocturne.
Yep.
I haven't seen Nyla get played in a very long time. I don't know if I like her this early, but they're
this
doing
is a
it.
cool band. Yeah, I'm here for it. You know, Mundo kind of fulfills that beef death ball run at you row that Sivir wants with, and Karma want to speed up. This Nyla pick, I imagine. I guess this is with the Seraphine. Nyla just has that innate ability to just kind of destroy someone, right? If they can, you know, top them. I don't know how you're going to do that against a Sivir Karma. That sounds absolutely miserable to me. That you're probably going to sit under your tower, but maybe with the Seraphine ult and Nocturne ult combination, you're just going to try and chain kill them on repeat. See second stage bans coming through here. Jarvan.
I'm glad you can see it because we can't.
Okay, I can't see one of them. I can see the Jarvan for Hyperion. Don't know what their second ban was. And then I
So
see
the last two are Hyperion Shield banned Lilia, Sons of Accel banned Oriana.
Okay. And there's also a Mordekaiser ban in
There's
there.
Mordekaiser. You just pop back in. Graves being hovered by Sons of Accel and locked in. I'm liking the draft so far. I haven't seen Graves in a minute either. This is very interesting.
I'm not the biggest
Sons
fan
of Accel are so like close range in their fighting. As well.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of the Graves here, actually. He's not melee enough to really utilize the Sivir buff. And there's, you know, Nyla provides that kind of AoE Jax evasion effect that Graves isn't all that great into her. Do you see the Ari kind of blind mid pick get locked in, keeping yourself nice and safe, giving you some pick potential, more ways to roam bot lane, and that's a Quinn.
Quinn, everybody's so close range. Now I like Graves because now he's got smoke screen. Like Nocturne ults and he just smoke screens down and nobody can hit him except for Seraphine and Ari because they just have 3 abilities to throw out and then Quinn Q, I guess. But everyone else, even Lysandra is close range. This is going to be just a lot of skirmishing. What, Seraphine, Nyla bot, Ari mid, Quinn top is what we're looking at there, and then Karma Sivir, and then Mundo top, Lissandra mid, Graves jungle.
Yeah, this draft's absolutely wild. I mean, I guess on the side of the Sons of Accel, you have like elite skirmishing, right? Like, I would not want to fight Graves Lissandra ever in a 2v2 with just about anybody. That sounds like a way to die really bad.
I
Quinn,
like
hopefully,
Lissandra in this too.
yeah, Quinn hopefully is able to kind of equal out for Hyperion Shield, just get these roams and get these, unfair fights that Mundo shouldn't be able to match the wave push, but Quinn is able to kind of and break Mundo's spell shield kind of in the early game and really bully him out. The only caveat I will say is a kind of Mundo Cho'Gath 2 trick is Quinn is really, really squishy, and if you can walk at her and press ghost and hit a cleaver, she's probably gonna die.
Yeah, she'll
So
do all right until Mundo gets a Thornmail or just Bramble Vest and a
yeah.
Bammy Cinder, and then he walks her down, and she can't do anything about it as long as he lands a cleaver. So
Yeah.
I get what the Quinn was picked up for, but I mean, you probably could have had a better time going like Vayne top if you're trying to get someone to kill the Mundo. If that's your sole goal here, like I think instead of just being like, oh, we need someone to kill Mundo, you go a tank and you go someone that can pull Mundo away from lane, like go Nasus or something. Go Cho'Gath, just go something that Mundo doesn't want to be anywhere
Yeah.
near, but has to be there in order to stop you from pushing. So Hyperion Shield, again, they've gone in with this like very all-in team that doesn't really have a solid engage. It's very situational. Like it's now situational as Seraphine landing an ult, a charm coming in from Ari, or the Nocturne ult, and hoping that Graves isn't just gonna throw a smoke screen down and stop that immediately, or get ulted by Lissandra. So Hyperion need to be very careful about their fights and kind of just go for picks all game.
Yeah, I mean, Hyperion, they're all about the skirmish, right? That's their whole
Mhm.
team, is you want 2v2s and 3v3s, whereas Sons of Excel want to form the Sivir Death Ball of Doom, press R and run at you. That Hyperion can never, ever engage into Sons, or they are going to get aced. Engaging into Lissandra, Graves, Karma, and and stuff, it's like literally the worst nightmare. So I think Hyperion Shield have kind of screwed themselves this draft, if I'm being honest. I think
Yeah, this
Sun's
is
is
why
gonna
I
win
didn't like the
this.
Nyla that early, because like Nyla's good into squishies, but as soon as I see Nyla, I'm like, okay, I'm picking bruisers and tanks. So they go Mundo, they go Lissandra. Like, who's
Yeah.
Nyla supposed to kill now?
Yeah. She can't
I
get
don't
on
know.
top of anybody and, execute them with the alt combo. I just have no idea. But who knows? Maybe they're going to show us that they are the greatest Nyla player that's ever been and utilize, these early XP advantages that Nyla gives you over the Sivir Karma.
I hope
I,
so. I hope we see that because
yeah.
like I said, I haven't seen her picked in a long time. I'm assuming that she's not gonna be a great pick into this, but I want her to do well just because it would be fun to see. But other than that, like my actual pick for this, I gotta keep going with my last guess, which turned out to be correct on that, and I'm gonna go Sons of Accel on this one as well. I think we're gonna see them go for a quick 2-0 here.
Yeah, I have to agree with you from a draft standpoint. I think Sons of Excel are playing a comp that's very easy to play and really powerful. And Hyperion Shield is playing a very, very hard to play comp that I would not want to be the one playing.
We'll see if they prove us wrong. I kind of hope they do. I want to see that team do well. I want to just that team comp in general. I want to somehow see that win because I don't think it will. But no, we'll see what happens here if they at least give them a run for their money. We'll get into game number 2 here in just a couple minutes. Do not go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hello, Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game 2 of Hyperion Shield versus Sons of Accel. We have Sons of Accel on red side this game and Hyperion Shield on blue, that they've swapped sides. Can also see some players have kind of swapped around as well. Swag, the jungler from last game, is now playing the Seraphine support. Lord Havoc, don't believe was in last series.
No, he was. Lost Havoc was
Okay.
Blitz. Yeah, so they
Oh.
just swapped jungle and support.
Okay. Never mind then. Interesting to see. Also, first items kind of here for everybody. Cull start on Quinn. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit greedy, I think. Not just going Doran's shield or Doran's blade. Puffin already landing 1 Q. And probably showing why that shield would have been better, if anything.
That's also fleet footwork on Mundo.
That is. I think I want to say that was on purpose.
I think so. I mean, I understand the theory behind it. I'm pretty sure they nerfed fleet into the absolute ground and it's not worth taking anymore, but maybe we'll see. I mean, Mundo is a champion that benefits a lot and generally takes runes that amplify his healings. Maybe he'll be okay with that. We'll see. We should probably check in later if the numbers on that. Laning has started.
And dying probably still would have been better, though.
Yeah.
Heck, even Conqueror. Pick Conqueror and just run down Gwen. Not a whole lot happening already, though. Just some general poke.
Yeah.
Going back and forth.
Kind of the issue with Nyla already. Getting poked out. Siver's running the gold generation rune to try and really accelerate their build, and oh my god, has already burned her and is almost dead. We do see that early level 2 spike, but they weren't able to utilize it. They didn't realize that they would hit it so much earlier. Poke was too much.
Yeah, so far, not great. I mean, Swag doing a really good job at just kind of trading back and hitting Elsewhere with these abilities, just poking out a lot, but Elsewhere is able just to walk up and really dictate the pace. Unfortunate Q miss there. That actually helps Dark Python and Swag a lot turn back around and just get some quick poke off. I'm going up into the top side here. Accel very low. Will be able to get out though. Dean with a very nice gank up towards top side after taking that red. And now is going to go into Nocturne's jungle here. This could be very dangerous. He is going to meet with Nocturne here. Ari's going to have the movement first.
Smite fight, smite fight, smite fight.
That is going to go over to Havoc. Dean needs to be very careful. He's trapped between a rock and 2 hard places here. He might just be selling here. He's going to flash, but Accel is going to get first blood. He's selling. Puffin going to be able to get out of that fight.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
just overall great for Quinn there. Accel has to burn flash and ignite, but now has red.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the best case scenario if you're Quinn. Buying boots. Okay, I guess we're rushing a Symbiotic Souls. That's fine. 9 CS on Quinn. Not exactly the start you want to see, but is kind of expected after getting cheese ganked, right? See Dark Python able to kind of pick the CS up. They're staying even. Sivir going with tier start that they are trying to make sure that they can stay in lane as a spot. Keep this Quinn pushed. Just kind of
love
standard.
tier start. Yeah. Tier start's just so good. I mean, if you're gonna build it, you need to build it your first item. It has to come back with you because you need to immediately scale it up as fast as possible. So 51 stacks of that already. She's got a cull herself. A little bit late on the cull, which I'm not the biggest fan of. She's already got 28 CS, so it's just going to take that much longer for that cull to be finalized. But, you know, I guess Prey just wants to go for the long game.
Yeah. I mean, just going to see these teams kind of chipping away at these towers, assuming that Yesperate is just going to get tons and tons of stacks as this game continues. Just able to really ramp up that gold generation thanks to first strike and just always having the push.
I thought first strike was iffy, but it makes sense because you can immediately start the fight with like a bouncing blade. Then if it hits, you throw a Q, get a couple auto attacks off, you get some decent gold generation on that. You just got to be careful because you can easily get traded back a lot, especially against Python after level 6. If you get too close and trying to get too greedy with first strike, then you're just gonna end up dying for it.
Yeah, interested to see how Accel plays this. I haven't spent a lot of time on top lane. It's kind of this more interesting bot lane, and how we're curious of how it's going to go with Python. That believe they should be 6 squarely close here.
I just got his name. It's just Exile.
Oh, yeah.
I just got that. Okay, fun. Good name. I'm just going to say Exile now. It makes it so much easier than saying it as 3 letters. But yeah, I mean, back up in CS now, 30 to 37. He's got the kill. Now he's got some gold from that Infernal Drake getting picked up by Lost Havoc. So whatever deficit he was at early on, he's still down about a half level here over Puffin, but still brought himself back into this. 300 gold up overall.
Yeah.
Now, potential fight here in the mid lane as Dino sweeping.
Yeah,
Immediate smoke screen down. Juggernaut going to get over the wall here, get the stun, use the ultimate, find the kill. Elo trying to get away, will be able to do so as everything has been blown, but a nice kill on Havoc there.
Yep, showcasing that beautiful, mega expensive Ari skin. Hopefully that's a lower tier and they saved their money.
Wait, you tell me you don't spend $500 on skins? On one skin?
I don't think I've spent that much money on skins my whole league career.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever looked up the number? You can find that number.
Yeah, the last time I checked a year ago is at 388.
Oh,
for
okay.
380
Those
or
are rookie
something.
numbers. You gotta pump up those numbers.
Yeah.
Exile versus Puffin right now in the top lane. Puffin pops the ultimate, misses the Q there, so no trade back damage, and he's gonna miss a big chunk of his health. And again on that miss one, but here comes Juggernaut. Claw over the wall, gets the root. Dean gets the kill. I like to see that. Get this Graves up as strong as possible. Puffin did get the assist, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't already have that there.
Yep.
And that's going to end up being a nice little win for Sons of Accel.
Yep, and they're just going to go ahead and immediately start up Sons of Accel. Going to hit these grubs. More to deny them, I guess. Quinn really, really wants grubs. Ari probably wants them a lot as well. Nocturne has gotten to level 6. The Paranoia is unlocked, and that they are pathing bot lane. I'm hoping we're going to see this combo kind of happen that, Elsword is level 6, so is the S Parade. They've kind of equalized this level. Nyla hasn't been able to utilize anything, but at the same time, we're going to see this ult mid lane. Interesting.
Charge is going to land. Juggernaut's going to pop the ult on himself. Probably just save him for the meantime. Here comes Exile from the top lane. Transforms, gets the kill as well. Nice movement there from Hyperion to send the Quinn from top side for that kill. And they're just like that. Going to turn that back around in their favor. Still down about 800 gold. But they're going to pick up some plates here, it looks like, in the mid lane, as Dean is going to meet up with Exile here in the jungle. Will he be able to find the kill is the question.
Yeah.
Are a little bit stronger, but the proc is about to come out, and Dean's going to die to the red buff. Oh, had the flash available, held on to it, and it ended up being his downfall. They trade 1 for 1.
Brambleback gets his revenge on a jungler. All is right in the world. Do you see the Seraphine ult committed into this Apotheosis combo? Are we going to get anything? Flash forward. Oh, Elsword is able.
Yeah, throws down that tether, which ends up forcing Python to back off, or else get stunned under tower and die. We do see Havoc here in the jungle. Doesn't have that ultimate, though, to go in, so we're not going to really see anything come out of him for now. And then Elsword's just going to back off, get some vision down in the deep jungle, which is very smart. Just expecting Havoc to be there, but Havoc ends up going back over to his own jungle.
Yep, and we see Quinn picking up that Brutalizer, heading to that Profane Hydra, give them clear. Already picked up the Symbiotic Souls there. just looking to shove this Mundo under turret, collect money, and leave, go somewhere where they can actually hurt someone. As Puffin has already purchased those Ninja Tabby or Steel Caps or whatever Riot decided to rename those boots to.
Steel
And is
caps, yep.
stacking up that health.
While Puffin just trying to farm under tower. Does it pretty well as the Mundo. He's got quite a lot of damage. They're still up about 17 CS, so looking pretty good in that department there. But is unfortunately down in gold overall due to the 3 kills currently on the Quinn. A lot of damage with that Brutalizer and the 2 swords. Now in bot lane, a nice 3-man slow swag there. Dark Python caught out here.
Yep, and is going to go
down. That is going to be the root
down.
from the W on from Juggernaut. Dean's going to get a decent amount of damage there, and he is going to end up falling there as the rest of the team showing up on the bot side. Nocturne going in is going to get nearsighted. That's what I was talking about with the smoke screen immediately getting plopped down there, and he is going to end up falling.
Yeah, that probably was a little over. Say, this is going to give Hyperion probably not going to be able to contest this dragon now. Sons of Accel are able to kind of pick that one up for themselves.
If I cut out there, sorry about that. My internet decided to just completely die on me for a second. That is going to be Hextech Drake going over to Sons of Accel as well. And I mean, that was not a great fight to start off for Hyperion, but it definitely ended up being worse than it should have been. And just like that as well, Swag ends up walking in and dying. And now the rest of Sons of Accel falling into the jungle, at least pushing off Elo. But I was to say they're having that one kill that did suck, but I don't think Lost Havoc had to go in there. It didn't look like the rest of his team was ready for that fight. And then Swag there just getting caught way out of place. Shouldn't have been there at that time. And that's just 3 kills going right over to Sons of Accel.
Yeah, kind of see Exile there kind of demonstrating why Quinn is good, quote unquote, in the Mundo. You're just able to freely break that spell shield, throw a Q item, get some really great trades in. Has those symbiotic souls to regen, run back straight up to top lane with that really fast enhanced movement speed of the ult that you're automatically given upon returning to base. Second grubs have spawned and everybody's fighting, getting ready.
Ultimate coming out from Swag there. Double charm, very nicely done as Elsword tries to stay alive, has that shield going. Unfortunately, Dean is unable to save him, and Lost Havoc gets back over the wall. Will not end up falling. Mundo's going to end up dying to that Ahri as Lissandra gets a trade back kill onto Nocturne. Dean needs to try to get one of these kills to get Juggernaut a statue up here. Dean trying to chase Elo. Won't be able to find him. Dean, oh man, takes so much damage off of Exile there. Really thought he was about to fall, but this Greaves is just online with that Yumu's. Forces everyone away. Jeez.
Yeah. I'm also surprised down in the bot lane. I thought Python, kind of with this 1v1 situation would really be able to go in and get a solo kill, but it doesn't look like they were able to. Their barrier is coming up if they want to look for something, and Yes Parade has blown their ultimate on the hunt.
And has that Essence Reaver as well. 10 stacks left on that call. We'll finish that up here in just a second. And not gonna wait one more wave for the back. Is just gonna back on 4 stacks left of the call, unfortunately. 180 stacks of the tier, so just about halfway done on that. Finishes the plated steel caps on that back as well, so that's just going to help even more in a 1v1 situation against Dark Python, who has just finished the Collector. Lost Havoc getting caught out in his own jungle here by Juggernaut. Will give the kill over to Elsword there, as Puffin runs through that jungle, just trying to find anyone else looking for a fight. They're going to pick off one and get out. And they're pretty much doing what we said Hyperion should have done, looking for these pick kind of comps here, and they themselves are getting picked off.
Yeah, it's just their wave player isn't able to catch up, right? Quinn wasn't on the map. They were on one of their resets. Ahri wasn't there either. And yeah, just Havoc being too far ahead. too quickly, and Juggernaut just being able to sit there and catch them. So we see another catch coming in here. Holtz is popped.
Oh, the tether goes down. Elo is going to be able to dash out of it with the remainder of what was left on that. And Juggernaut just showing how dangerous they are. Just able to claw in, W, stun, throw a Q, and then half your health is gone. Needs to be very careful, though, because we are seeing Lost Havoc waiting in the river here for a fight.
Yep, this is the combo.
And then tether goes down. The fear lands on to Elsword there. He is going to be able to get out, though. 3v2, and they're able to live. Elohim is able to get a kill on a Juggernaut under tower there. The fadeaway Q. 1v1, not what you want to see right now when you're Juggernaut, when you're pretty much ahead. And now Elo is just showing the prowess on the Arias. That mid lane tower has fallen. He does get the solo kill. Still about a 2k gold lead for Suns right now, but we are seeing Drake come up in about 25 seconds.
Yep, we are just taking a quick look at the gold numbers here. Able to see that, yeah, Siver's ahead. Undo is even, which is basically being ahead in this matchup. There's quite an advantage for Graves. Lysandra, despite, just falling, still fairly close. That there's just a pretty big advantage overall for everyone on Sons of Accel.
Yeah, at this point, they just need to start looking to group. There's a couple that they can still 1v1, but overall, they want to start playing to their strengths. And Dean potentially getting caught out here. Throws down the smoke screen, is unable to hit the blast cone. He's going to be able to dash out and use that ultimate to back away. They're pulling them back around into the lane. Lost Havoc is going to follow the S-Parade. Here comes Juggernaut with a 3-man stun, but the blast cone's hit. Unfortunately for Swag, that means he's going to have to fall for the team. Dark Python could be able to dash over this wall. No, he's not. Has to go back and look for the kill, but that's just going to mean a double kill for Dean. And this should be a Drake going over to the side of Sons of Accel.
Yeah, they're just not able to find that kill. They're not able to get the final blow onto anybody. And it just results in so much tempo being lost for your team. Sivir farming in between the towers right now in bot lane.
Elo's about to die here. Juggernaut has the ultimate available. This tower is so low. Here comes Karma. Tower's going to go down. Juggernaut does go in with the claw. Here comes the ultimate darkness coming through. And here comes Exile from the top side. Did not expect that to come out. Juggernaut almost falls. Is actually able to get away. Nobody's focusing him. Elsword's going to be able to get away as well. Dean's going to turn on to Elo. I mean, he's going to fall. Exile's going to fall to Sivir. Dean gets picked up by Dark Python. He's going to pop the Apotheosis, get a kill onto the Graves, and then Nyla ends up falling as well. Swag going to die to Yes Parade, who just gets a triple kill. What just happened there? No one could focus anybody just to finish them off. 2 people lived at about 10 health.
Yep, the classic call of, I got it. Oh crap, wait, I don't got it.
Man, I really thought that was just going to be a huge misplay by Juggernaut. And he ends up being the last person that should have survived that fight.
Yeah, I mean, Quinn just not able to pick anything up there. Puffin able to get the top tower while they were going for that rotation. And this is kind of the issue of being this Nocturne, is look at how far behind they are. 3 entire levels to this Graves.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want to see, especially after Graves got that really early kill and was fed a second kill up top by Puffin. Graves getting that ahead that quickly. He had a U-moves very early on as well. So he was just able to move around the map wherever he wanted. And now, Juggernaut getting caught out bot side 3v1. Redemption's going to fall. He's going to be able to flash out. Flash forward from Elo, though, is going to eventually finish him off. But what does that spell for the mid lane as Dino drops that Rift Herald, finishes off the tower?
Yeah, and they're going to get another charge because Havoc doesn't have Smite. And man, that's a big, big chunk. And
just
one-shot.
Blows him up. And Karma comes through with the massive empowered shield. Sword and Dean need to be careful. They can still get chased down and killed here. They're not invulnerable. Moving on to this blue buff. Sweeper, excuse me. Blue ward goes down.
Yeah,
Blue ends up getting picked up by L Sword there.
that's fine. It's past 20 minutes. It
Oh,
goes
yep,
to
sure
everybody.
is. It just passed 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Elo, oh, Elo, where are you going, Pop? Ends up just walking right in, getting taken out by Graves. Puffin wasn't even quick enough to get an assist on that. Looks like they're going to move up into this Baron. This is a risky start. Not a whole lot of like contained damage because Siver's not here, so Dean's the main one doing it. So they'll be able to do it. It's just going to take them a while, and if they get face checked by Hyperion, they could easily die. It's just, I don't think Hyperion's wise to it happening.
Yeah, Hyperion is just so far behind. They're just trapped basically in their own quadrant of the game. See Nocturne's down at his Krugs, just searching for anything desperately to farm and fight. But that's Baron down, and that should be the kind of last stand of this game, unless there's some huge fight for Hyperion Shield where they get a Nyla Wombo combo dream fight happening. I can't imagine that this game's going to take much longer to finish.
Yeah, Hyperion, I mean, even in a really good team fight, what happens? Maybe Elo gets a kill off of the back of Swag and Dark Python combo ult, but Quinn's on the other side of the map. Everybody's bot side. Dark Python just got hit by a Q. That's death right there. That just spells your doom. Lost Havoc popping that shield, but nobody even goes for him, just leaves him alone. Gonna try to take the back here. That's just not gonna do it. Another cleaver's gonna land. 3v1 here. That's a double kill for Dean. Drake in 40 seconds. Probably go take this tower, go back to the Drake. Quinn's top. Gonna try to take down that tower because they do have objective bounties on right now, so you gotta get gold off of something at this point. You're 10,000 gold down and 12 kills at 22 minutes. Sivert is solo pushing mid right now just because she's being allowed to somehow. Everybody's going bot to try to take out the 4-man team, which just isn't going to be a possibility here.
Yeah, and Sivert takes that mid tower after it had been taken low by this Rift Herald, and now going to rotate down, use this wave, get this tower down. And they're going in.
It's going to be an insta-kill onto the Ahri. That's the main damage dealer gone. Havoc's going to fall soon after. Swag and Dark Python just trying to do anything they can to stop this Puffin from running through their excuse me, towers. Inhib's going to fall. First Nexus tower is going to go down. A giant chunk coming off of Puffin there with the help of these Baron empowered minions. They're turning their attentions onto that mid Inhib. That's going to fall as well. Second Nexus turret about to fall. 13 seconds on Lost Havoc, 13 on Elo. Swag falls. It's 35 seconds on him. That's going to be a 23-minute game 2 for Sons of Accel.
Yeah, just a dominant win. That's a backbreaker.
That's I really don't understand Hyperion's drafting in this game, genuinely. I mean, a couple iffy picks, you know, the Seraphine first pick, we were kind of like, okay, maybe there's something to that. The Nyla immediate second pick was very, very strange after seeing Karma and Sivir get picked up. And then from that, it's just strange to me. So I don't know.
I mean, I'm just curious to see some of these damage numbers. Like, who was the ones in this game that was really able to output anything on Hyperion Shield? It's obvious from Sons of Accel who was doing damage. Sivir, Graves, you know, Lysandra all looked really, really fed, but was anybody? I mean, ELO him on Ahri had a pretty good game.
Mm-hmm.
They did as much as they could, but when you're playing Ahri, you can't, you know, solo carry a game. You're able to get, you know, kind of one pick for your team every time your ult's up, but that's kind of the limits here, champion.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem is Ahri was realistically the only solid pick out of the bunch that I genuinely liked because it's a champion that makes sense. With the Seraphine on the team as well, you know, you can look for a pick in the middle of a big ultimate. I guess I could see where they were going with the draft, but it just makes sense to me that it didn't really work for them. Sons of Accel just picked a very easy, straightforward team, and they end up winning through that.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully Hyperion Shield is able to kind of show us what they've been cooking up, that they're able to play something a little bit more standard and just make sure that this game, that this, potential elimination game, that they really step up. You got to bring something really simple. Make sure that you're picking lanes and compositions that make sense together overall, and make sure that you have some winning lanes. That's what you need.
Yeah, we'll see if Hyperion are listening to you going into game number 3 draft here. We'll throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes for the potential game 3, game ender, series ender, I guess, for this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are getting into game number 3, the potential final game of the night of this best of 5. Sons of Accel currently lead 2-0 on the series over at Hyperion Shield. Sons of Accel back on blue, Hyperion Shield back on red. Getting into the bands here. 3 seconds left in this first band, and I don't know what it is.
It's
immediately gone.
Seraphine.
Okay, understandable. That makes sense. Pick twice. I mean, it was good one game, wasn't spectacular the second game, but Sons of Accel, regardless, would rather not see it or pick it, I guess. So we'll see what ends up going into the support slot this time around.
Oh,
What's that?
are they?
One moment. New
Okay.
draft link.
Exciting. All right, so we have Seraphine Karma Band. Poppy Amumu on the side of Son of Accel. Talia, I think, is that
Yep.
third band.
Talia and then Silas.
Silas.
Okay, so Talia makes sense, and then, by the way, it's back the other way. Hyperion Shield on blue, Sons of Accel on red. So I guess that's why there was a new draft link there. Hyperion Shield, first pick on the Jin. I like Jin. I don't know if I like it as a just first pick prio.
Yeah, Jin has the issue of he cannot kill tanks. Sons of Accel just covering the Sivir again. I mean, if it's ain't broke, why fix it, right? It's
Yeah.
really good last game.
Exactly. I mean, you can just run down Jin. You know, he's not gonna have a whole lot of movement in this kit. 5 seconds left in this first pick. And then they can't do the Karma this time around with the Sivir, though. So what do they go, if not Karma or Seraphine?
Generally, you want some sort of laner that has some push potential with it. Soraka, Morgana, range supports are generally kind of the pairing with Sivir. That's what I'm imagining we'll see. Some sort of kind of push support. But we're going to get the Vi really solid into Jin, because Jin roots himself into one place and you press on him and can't get away from you and you get to slam and kill him.
Yeah, that's the one issue I've got with picking Jin that early. You're not seeing anything that could potentially just shut you down very quickly. I mean, that could have also just been a Nocturne if they wanted to go Nocturne as well. But Sivir with Vi be really good because you just run at them. That way you're with your team instead of being Nocturne, who's way ahead of your team and you can't keep up. And then the Lux probably support with the new jungle.
I would imagine it's Lux support, Lux Jin, kind of that we're going to push you out playing, kind of off the wall and not something you see a lot of, but I'd love to see a Bard support here on the side of Son of Accel if their support plays it. When Jin ults, you can just ult him back. Gives you some really, really awesome, ways to kind of get around the map. We are going to see a Mundo locked in for Sons of Accel. It's taken away in phase 2. I'm going to continue to ban this Mordekaiser as they have all series win on through second phase. Hyperion currently looking for what their first ban is going to be. Maybe a Nivea. Not really sure why. I guess into Nunu it's quite useful. Just one.
Yeah. Sandra, though. I'd like to see Accel maybe ban Ari after last game. Think okay, they did that. Cool. They did it. The Ari was a very well played champion in the last game. Like that was the one good thing about the whole team comp, and they took that away. Lulu also going to get banned. I think that's pretty smart too, to have that Sivir with Lulu. But Nami is going to be the pick, the tried and true potentially, as it does get hovered.
Yeah, just provides, lots and lots of disengage potential with bubbles. And your wave, something again that can easily kind of cancel Jin out, try to give you some push back into this Lux and some healing if your Sivir is poked out. But she is much, much shorter range than these two in your lane.
Nasus.
Yeah.
I was talking about Nasus last game.
Yep. Into Mundo is a really great pick because Mundo early on doesn't have the damage to kill Nasus. By the time Mundo kind of does. Nasus generally picked up enough stacks that he can back.
Mm-hmm.
So that gets locked in. So kind of giving your team some more late game insurance. Again, really, really good into Sivir, who generally relies on speed and kiting as their primary way to keep themselves safe. Nasus is really good at, pressing W and withering percent of your move. And Aurora.
I
Okay.
don't know what Aurora does. I've never seen Aurora get picked yet, so I don't know what she does.
She's really mobile early and excels at bullying kind of lower range mages. And then her ultimate is absolutely disgusting, and it's a giant baby, basically. And if you run into the sides of it, it's you.
Okay, fun. Something a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah.
Syndra, Hwei getting
Mhm.
picked up potentially here. I think that might be the
Yeah.
better pick. Brand was also up if they wanted that there. It looks like they're just going to leave that with the Hwei. A lot more of a straightforward team comp where they're looking to fight 5 people. Hyperion Shield, they've got the split push for Nasus, but I don't really think they have much of a team fight to keep Sons of Accel away from just killing them and then going and stopping Nasus.
I kind of like what Hyperion Shield's done. They've picked some lanes that win. Nunu is going to give you that early. Probably the best ganking champion in League of Legends, I would say. You have a Jhin and Lux, both who are really adept at providing range. They, can get played towards or they can roam. Nasus gives you, some damage and some ability to kind of chew through this Mundo and some of the stickiness. And Aurora lets you kind of group these people up and makes it easier to hit your skill shots. So I kind of like what Hyperion Shield's done this game. Besides the Sons of Accel, again, you're just playing kind of that death ball style, right? It's use Sivir ult and run at them with Vimundo. And what is Hyperion really going to do?
Yeah, the biggest issue I have, I think, is just that Sons of Accel can just go kill Nasus early on with the Vi. Like, they just send Vi top early, and then Mundo and her should win that 2v1 pretty easily. Because if Nasus slows Vi, Mundo's just going to keep hitting him with cleavers. If he slows Mundo, then Vi's just going to keep running at him and punching him in the face. Nunu needs to be on top of pathing, I think, is the main thing for this whole kind of thing to really get off the ground for them. And then Aurora just has to play better than Hwei. I imagine that mid lane's probably just kind of a 50-50 toss-up, and it's probably going to come down to more the skill between the 2 players than the champions themselves. So I like Hyperion Shield's draft better than the last 2 drafts that they had, but overall still I like Sons of Accel draft just way more. It's more straightforward. It's less it looks less like a solo queue draft and more like a team that's about to work together draft.
Yeah, I think the Sivir really was a key thing that, it's not a champion that we've seen a lot, but if you have these kind of meat picks that you're able to play and just get them to run really fast at you. Nami also does speed up boosts with skills that Jhin and Lux and your whole team is basically playing around kiting, right? And how can you kite a Sivir team? So we'll get into this game and see. I'm kind of with you, Fury, that here, but that's why we play the game. Need to see. Nunu, definitely a champion that just completely warps the game around them for the first, 8 to 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hyperion just needs to be on top of those early objectives. We'll see if they're able to do so. In just a couple short minutes, we're going to get into game number 3. Again, this is the potential final game of the night. Sons of Accel take it. If not, then Hyperion will take us into game number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you. All right, everybody, welcome back. Game number 3 starts between Sons of Accel and Hyperion Shield. Hyperion Shield on blue, Sons of Accel on red. Storm, what do you think in this one? So, I mean, Aurora, Hui, you said probably a little bit of a mismatch on that.
Yeah, Aurora really is kind of a champion designed around beating up on short range kind of mages and utilizing her ability to kite. Hui being a long range mage with a whole bunch of stain options and being kind of a wave clear specialist. I don't think that matchup mid's going to go great. Um, the Lux Jin bot lane should be able to get this push into Sivernami, so that hopefully bot lane should go well. And then top lane should just be kind of a farm fest. Especially Mundo has started this game with a Ruby Crystal. He does not have any he does not want to interact with Exile.
No, he's going to be sitting back as pretty much far back as possible. Maybe early on he wants to throw a couple Qs at him, maybe get a little bit of poke, but realistically, he wants to sit in the middle of the wave, just try to finish off minions when he can. But at the same time, you don't really want to let Nasus free farm those stacks.
Yeah, kind of hate that we're leashing our Nunu, but I guess Mundo walked into your top lane anyway and was able to see where that. It's not like it's really saving you anything.
You kind of gave it away, right? Like,
yeah,
you know, you didn't have to do that, but like you said, that you know that, they put down a ward up there in your jungle, so maybe it just doesn't matter. But at the same time, like, your bot lane now loses a little bit of XP potentially on that, which wasn't really necessary.
Yeah, it's just kind of the tempo loss, right? You don't want Siverdev to shove into you. You want to be the one shoving. I'm hoping that Nunu kind of is really able to clear through this quickly and is able to find where he wants to go. That can see that he's wrapping around. He's gonna look for this bot lane play here with a snowball in.
Yeah,
hopefully they're able to.
That up.
Hopefully we get this onto El Sword. Horse shots primed.
El Sword is going to get hit, followed up by the W for the root. They also managed to land the root onto Yes Parade from Lost Havoc, but he is going to be able to get out of there. Just a nice first blood going over to Dark Python.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see out of Swag. That was perfect. You get flash on somebody, you get a kill on another. Now you're able to kind of snowball your way to topside, start clearing, and make sure that you just do that again and punish lanes. Because you are the early game for your team. You're the facilitator.
Exactly, and if people aren't warding behind them, if they're going to be that pushed up, you have to take advantage of that. And just a very good early move there from Swag, going red into bot side. Now he's going to be able to go up top after that ward's expired. They're not going to have an idea of where he is at the moment, but we do have a Scuttle Crab coming up. He's probably going to go ahead and take that out as soon as he possibly can, and then move on to his blue. Probably look mid. I don't really know if there's too much he can do top.
Yeah, shouldn't really be anything up there top lane. Probably just going to clear this and get a reset. Interesting to see what Dean is able to do on himself. He's kind of completed his full clear. Now he's just going to get a ward, I imagine, on this Nunu so that they can see where he is before he takes his reset.
They're going to get that vision on him. Nice word from Juggernaut there. And now Puffin needs to be careful. If Swag ends up going top there, he could very easily die. And here comes the snowball. We're seeing the pinks come out. Going through. Puffin is spell immune there.
Yeah.
Has the flash though. Gets the root. And then Swag is just going to be able to turn and walk away. I don't know if Puffin wants to continue to chase this. There's no one there to follow up on that. Very risky play. After getting jumped on that quickly.
And while we were topside there, Elohim was taken down. We saw Nami. El Sword was able to roam up as well with the Dean, get this kill. Havoc and Python looking to punish, get the Sivir down. Man, just action everywhere. Exile just going in on Puffin, gets that slow. Able to really chunk him out.
Ooh, the flash over the wall. Yeah, that's going to be a kill. Exile gets the solo. Not sure why Puffin stayed around. He's got TP. Didn't need to stay there. That was just a very easy kill to go over to Exile. He's going to get a little bit of a slight CS lead.
Oh, and the roll down ELM is going to get that damage. The Terra gets that. The Electric proc getting that kill. Perfect. And
Just
Nunu's
that 3 to 1.
rolling.
Nunu's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's being Nunu. He's rolling around the map, just taking full advantage of the fact that nobody's got any wards down on places that they can see him. Right? I mean, I think
Yeah.
he should have been able to see him, but I don't know if Juggernaut was looking at the map there. Has to TP back to lane now, and still up in CS. I don't think that should affect the lane too much, but if Swag continues to do what he does, that's just gonna absolutely flip
Yeah,
this game
and this
around.
is the part where you get run down as Mundo. Level
Yeah,
5,
Puffin.
Puffin's level 6, is able to just proc that W on you and just run at you with those really short range Qs, really low cooldown, gets those hits in, and can start blowing you. They have that cull, got the Ionian boots for some of that cooldown reduction, and we're just going to try and get stacks on stacks on stacks.
Dean, this is what I was saying. Dean should be top here, helping out Puffin. They should have tried to kill Nasus before he was 6 there, but I guess it's a little bit hard because Puffin was pushed in quite a bit. Now we are going to see this Void Grub get taken out by Dean and Juggernaut. Should be easy pickings. I don't think anyone's moving up that way, but it does look like Nunu's hanging out down towards that bot side. Looks like they're going to try to take Drake.
Yep, just trade of these early objectives here. I mean, I'd be really happy getting early Ocean Draken. I think it's probably the best dragon to take at like level 1 because it just gives you guys all that regen that if you take bad trades, it helps even it out, gives you that mana regen, which this Nasus could use. So you can see his mana bar is almost empty. Dean just getting some counter jungling done, has the timers, knows that he can go up here and get these Gromps. Oh, only gives health. Don't ignore me.
I was going to say it. I was going to let it. The fight, though, now. Here comes the Dean to try to assist. The ultimate is going to get dropped. Puffin ends up taking the kill. I think I'd rather that go to Dean, but still a kill's a kill. End up pushing Exile back just a little bit. No TP on him, so they should be able to potentially get a plate off of that. I don't know if they're going to stay around for long enough for it. Puffin is a little bit low. His bot side here, yes, Parade getting chunked out there by Lost Havoc and Dark Python. In mid lane, Juggernaut trying to get some trade back damage off onto Swag, is unable to do so and did have to burn that flash.
Yeah, see both ultimates get used there. Juggernaut able to keep themselves safe with that flash, wasn't trapped in the Between Worlds, I think is the name of the Aurora ultimate. And we see, yeah, Between Worlds, there it is.
What are we looking like stats-wise on Nasus after we see what happens here to Elo? He is going to get rooted. One more auto, not quite going to do it. He's going to be able to get out of there. Very low, should try maybe back in here, but it looks like they might take a fight with Nunu heading towards the mid. As down bot, we have 2v2. Stun is still going to land. That was a very odd hitbox there as Dark Python gets the kill onto Elsword. Very nice kill. Now
Yeah,
mid lane Juggernaut potentially going to go down here as Swag follows up on that. He will eat him alive. Swag gets a kill for the first time in this game.
Yeah. Again, this is how you need to be playing this game as Hyperion. You're all early game, get these advantages going, get these kills, get this gold lead going, and then you can just blow people up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have immense bursts on your team. Your bot lane's all burst, your mid lane's all burst, Nunu's all burst. So Sons of Accel just really need to try and make sure that they slow down, they kind of stem this bleeding, get their item spikes. This dragon's coming up in 2.5 minutes, figure out what are we doing? Are we fighting for this dragon? Are we trying to equalize that? Or are we just going to go for, the 6 scrubs, try and make sure that we have this side lane threat for our team?
Yeah, the biggest issue for them is that, they haven't hit their power spikes yet, right? They're not strong yet because they're not meant to be strong yet. So in a little bit, once they get their items, we'll see probably a switch in how these fights are played. But for now, Hyperion's just doing the early game so well, but Swag taking a lot of damage, not really sitting on any items yet. And Dean will end up falling, blowing that ultimate. Elsword trying to get out as Juggernaut is fighting in a 2v1. Make it a 3v1 as Dark Python gets into there. Final auto attack will finish him off. Swag trying to pop the ult. Elsword's able to flash out of it. Here comes the curtain call. Dodges one. Heals, doesn't dodge the second one. That's going to be a kill. Double kill for Dark Python. An excellent fight early game. That's already a 2k gold lead.
Yeah, and Exile gonna pop this ult here. We see Nunu's rolling
Here
in.
Comes Nunu, big snowball. Flashes out of the way. Will it be enough? It will, but the flash from Exile with the Q. One more will do it. He picks up another kill. What's NASA sitting at right now for stacks?
Just hover over. Let's see,
204.
200. That's a pretty decent pace for 10 minutes. Kind of want it to get up to around 500 by shortly after 20. Once you kind of have that more CDR coming through.
Yeah, he's on decent pace right now. Not necessarily unstoppable yet, but he's getting strong. You don't want to see that out of Nasus. You don't want to see Jin 4-0 at 10 minutes either. Not looking good so far for Sons of Accel. As of right now, Hyperion just need to keep doing what they're doing. Swag is helping put the team on his back right now, and if he just keeps it up and doesn't slow down, like you see sometimes these junglers get a really big lead early and then they just go and farm because they haven't been farming all game. And then it slows down the tempo and teams end up coming back. As long as Swag keeps pushing the tempo, this is their game.
Yeah.
Ultimate coming out. Strange. Okay.
Yep. Just trying to get some priority over this dragon as it's coming up, I guess. Threatening Jin, maybe hoping that they would force something out of them. We're gonna see. This should be the fight, right? This is, you're stronger. You have this. TP's even coming in.
Yep.
You gotta run if you're Accel, right? Oh, there's the between wards.
No TP either.
Yeah, that's one kill. Elysium able to dodge out of the way. That Hwei ult, open up with the curtain call, zone everybody away, and just get onto this dragon, get this. Are going to see, though, Mundo has gotten the water plates already top lane. Might be able to break this tower.
What? I don't even know how that happened. I don't even know what happened. Juggernaut ends up killing Elohim from 20 screens away. I don't know what that was. Good trade back kill, I guess. Overall, like, it was odd how close that fight actually was, if I'm honest. Like, Hyperion came out of that not very healthy. They were still able to get the Drake, obviously, but getting a kill traded back on there. And the tower here is good for Accel just to at least get some gold. But Juggernaut needs to be careful here. Dark Python has no mana, but he doesn't really need mana as Jin.
Here comes Nunu. Oh, we hit a wall.
Unfortunate. That was a 100% a kill if that doesn't happen there. And Juggernaut isn't even aware of it yet. He's gonna flash forward, misses his abilities, maybe just suicides. He's just gonna give the kill to Dark Python. He's even the solo kill. So Nunu doesn't get any gold from that, but that's still unfortunate.
Yeah, but this is a lot of summoners being burned here. Elohim just used his flash.
Here comes Nunu.
Yeah, but Nunu is a little ahead of his team. Great bubble there on their side.
Dean is going in for some strange reason. He's going to get rooted and ulted. The Esprit's going to flash over the wall. Still gets the entirety of that Nunu ult. Hits by the Lux. And then in the mid lane there, Aurora finishing off Elsword on the Nami. That was a strange choice from Dean. I don't know why he decided to go in there, but it ends up costing him 3 of his team's lives.
Yeah, and with these grubs, we're going to get some pretty substantial damage down on this mid. Juggernaut is here to clear it, but he has to make sure to dodge all these abilities while throwing out his own. Puffin was able to grab his Hearthsteel, so we'll see how many clings and clangs he's able to achieve this game.
He is very healthy. He's trading with Nasus like pretty well right now. Like their Qs are pretty even in damage.
Yeah.
collapse here, potentially looking for a fight. I don't know if I like that.
Good again for Hyperion. You get this Rift Herald, gives you
Mhm.
access to kill some of these towers. They're so low and really open this map up.
Sons of Accel needs to not focus on fighting. 14-3 right now. Still only about a 2.3k gold lead, so it's not the worst lead that could be done right now, but it's very close to being just a wash for a Hyperion. They'll be able to just walk through this game unfazed here soon if Accel just keeps dying. So they need to look to go into the side lanes, just farm, look for turrets, and stop trying to force these fights.
All right, Nunu gonna take a roundabout way, but drive that tower in. I feel like you could have gotten that a little easier. But
Yeah, I don't know if they necessarily needed that for that tower there.
Aurora, I think, dodged out of that combo from the Dean by going into the Rift Herald. I think Dean was looking for that flash into Assault and Battery. Was able to get it eventually, so that is a 1-for-1. But we get some trades down. Puffin and Exile just continue to trade ults up here, just meatbag into each other. Problem is, Nasus is running out of mana because he keeps using his Eon to Mundo like this.
Doesn't matter. Here comes Nunu, but Spell Shield's there. Flashes over to the wall and should have just walked down. Instead walks up. And Exile's going to end up getting that kill. Very nicely done. 3-0 and 8 for Swag right now. 5-0 and 2 on Dark Python. 1-0-7 for Lost Havoc. Hyperion is just running the show right now.
Yeah, it's great to see. A kill a minute is a pace that is really hard to achieve and something you want. That's a TP. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know what that was for, unless they really just want to like hyper focus this tower and get around this Drake. Right now,
yeah,
if they go for a fight, they could win it. But Nunu's coming, Lux is coming now. Jin's bot side, just stalling, just trying to look like a tasty treat. And then that way, if they go on him, they just collapse and fight. But realistically, this is Hyperion's Drake.
Yeah, but Elohim is getting caught out a little bit. You know, that's some good chunk down. Dino is able to keep healthy. Same with Elsword, thanks to that healing that Nomi provides.
Meanwhile, Yes Parade bot lane took a little bit of damage from Jin. Is going to be able to heal up from that honey fruit. And try to go get with his team, but he's caught out in the middle of the river here. He is going to be able to dodge around that snowball. Still takes a lot of damage, does get rooted. He is going to end up falling. Puffin with the TP. Who's he going to go after here? He's going to fall immediately onto Nunu, but they can't really do a whole lot of damage to him because they can't stand within that ult. Curtain Call lands, is going to finish off Nami. Swag just trying to run away. Puffin trying to catch up. Doesn't throw any Qs. Dark Python trying to kite on Puffin, but this is the part where we talk about where Mundo can just kind of run you down, and they're going to have to back off. Exile with a TP into the river here.
Yep.
It's a slowdown, but
can't really
like
get on top of anyone.
Fight.
Oh,
Puffin just stays around, doesn't get hit by the snowball, but it's not going to matter. Exile's going to finish off the kill. Why is anyone staying around and just dying? Yes, Parade with a little bit of poke, but he's going to have to back off before he finds himself dead as well.
yeah, and again, you're really happy with this right here. You're going to get your third dragon here and get yourself a soul point. You got some kills. You burned some of these summoners. You know, there's no TPs available now, so Nasus and Mundo both are kind of isolated in the side lane, which is awesome to see. Lux starting to really hurting people. She's got her Ludens done. She has that Rot's Dream, I believe, as that support item that she has as well, giving her some more ability power.
Zach's Realm Spike.
Yeah, obviously.
Zach. They're just naming anything these days. Just throw a bunch of random letters together. But this is like worst case scenario for Sons of Accel for sure. Best case scenario for Hyperion. This is their game to win. 100%. Like, they just look like a well-oiled machine right now. We were talking about mid lane where Elohim might have issues, but 4-4-4 ain't bad, despite being down 50 CS to Juggernaut, is still being way more relevant in this game as of right now. It looks like they might be turning their attention up to Baron, where Dean is currently.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about right now, right? Your Sivir's only one item. You need items on every single member of your team. You spike so hard. Everyone on the side of Hyperion are just at their most powerful, basically, right?
Yeah.
Just wait. Just stop fighting. Clear the waves. And you got it.
Yeah, there should be no reason why they just keep looking for fights and not just getting in the side lanes, warding behind them to not let Nunu just walk them down and trying to farm as much as possible. What is Nasus looking like stack-wise? 465, so
Yeah.
a little bit behind where you want to be as far as like on par, but 465 at 21, he's freeze farming essentially, and now we're seeing what that damage looks like with Puffin here, as Dean is going to show up in the top lane. Ultimate's going to get dropped. Exile going to pop the ultimate himself. Puffin's going to go big as well. He's going to heal up a bunch, and he's going to get the shutdown. I think I'm okay with that. Dean has been not being really big in these fights. I think Puffin just being tankier and tankier is a much better decision. Elo taking a lot of damage from Juggernaut. He goes right back in. I don't think that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to do that. Accidentally clicked onto the side of his own ult and got himself right on top of the Hui. But one more Q combo, I think, would have taken Hui out. That's, again, some big money. But this Jhin and Nunu are the bounties you're really looking for, right? Oh,
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Just froze up there. My whole thing just froze. Okay, I didn't get to see any of that.
All right, and Mundo kind of walking this Jhin down.
Okay. I came back just in time to see that as the root lands here from Lux. Dean will end up falling to Lost Havoc. What started out as a very good fight ended up being a trade.
Yeah. See, Nunu has started transitioning, that he's going now into this full tank, trying to make sure that his team has some sort of front line. I'm going to be honest, I kind of don't agree with this. You're full AP, your runes are full AP, just go full AP.
Yeah, at this point, there's no need, right? Like, they don't really have any tank killers regardless, so just let your Nasus do his thing, and then you just go in, pop your ult, and then they can't do anything. You're fine.
Yeah.
Plus, there's not a whole lot of AP besides, Lux and Aurora. So I think you can just go tank because your team has well enough AP. I think he's all right. Going Thornmail. Probably won't do a lot because Sivir's the only one that's hitting you. Vi's not going to be doing a whole lot of damage to you in general. Yeah.
That's whatever. So, biggest thing coming up, Dragon, 40 seconds.
They need this.
Sons of Accel setting up early, getting there. We see Exiled in top lane, trying to drag someone up there.
And he has TP, so if he wants to come down, he can. Nunu obviously has 2 smites built into his kit here, so it's going to be very hard for Hyperion to miss this. Unless they just go straight up for Baron? I don't know what's happening here. Are they just looking for a fight mid here?
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point that you just kind of play the mid wave and force people to come to you. You're still getting this... Yeah.
Oh. Was nobody talking to each other? Was Muno not telling them that Elo was coming? They end up killing him anyway, but it seemed like that was just a complete happenstance that they found upon him in the mid lane. Oh, Puffin absolutely chunks down Havoc there, misses the Q from point blank range, and the ultimate comes through from Vi to lock onto Lux as the blast cone is used. That was just a couple kills for nothing, and now they're going to move on to this Baron, which is a little bit of a risky play. Nunu
They're,
is alive.
They're losing an inhib tower up top lane to this
Yeah.
Nasus. They might lose an inhib.
And
Nunu's
they might
here,
lose the game. They don't have a whole lot of damage to really stop any of this either.
I mean, they obviously clear that, but you have to be careful of this Nunu just stealing this. I mean, he is the ultimate distraction.
What is
right
happening right now? This is just insane. Dark Python is going to end up falling to Dean there. Multiple TPs coming in. Elohim is going to get knocked up by that Q. Exile's looking for a kill. He's going to get one. He's going to turn his attentions down on the S Parade. He's going to absolutely blow him up with the help of Aurora. And now the flash forward onto Elsword. He's going to end up falling as well. A double kill for Aurora. And now Puffin just trying to stay alive. The ultimate from Lux is going to land onto Juggernaut right as Puffin falls. And just like that, by Nunu doing donuts around Baron, they end up winning the entire fight.
Hitting this Baron, I think, is probably wrong, but power to them. I mean, you can kill it, and Nunu's gonna roll quickly, I guess. Sons of Accel had decided that they're just gonna go take this dragon and deny soul point. I don't think Quay can solo this, but
No.
Vi has respawned and is on her way. There are those honey fruit there to give them the shield and everything. Probably delay long enough to keep this leashed for their jungler. But that's going to be a Baron traded over. And this inhib's down, so you have natural pressure top lane now throughout the game. This
What is that Mundo TP mid? Squeeze me? There's no minions there, my guy. You're not getting that. Okay, he'll get it, but he may die for it. Nunu hits the wall.
There's blast cones, I guess.
Cones. One more blast cone. He's out of there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was worth a TP though. I can't justify that.
Yeah. Probably not. Especially considering your base is open and Puffin's gonna have TP before you and can end the game.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you don't really have any like objectives on the map to take except for towers. So I don't really think you want to be pushed up that far anyway right now. So I don't know, maybe that TP was worth it, but
here's the thing: how do you stop Lux Jin from with cannon minions and stuff from killing your base?
Yeah, realistically,
Way flashes away, still gets hit by the snowball and the Lux ults. Mundo's forced to burn his flash.
Damage. Dean, what are you doing? Goes way in. He's getting not blown up as fast as I thought he would be. So they end up trading back onto Lux there as well.
Elohim using the Between Worlds.
So much damage to everybody here. Yes, Parade flashes to try to get out. That's going to be a triple kill. Elsword will end up falling here as well. Yes, Parade turns around with the shield, but ends up falling. That's going to be the ace. That should be the game.
Yeah, that's the game. Exiled's here to join you. You have this mid wave. Top lane's going to come in soon enough, I imagine. Your cannon minions are here to kind of break down those tower bonuses. You have a wave coming. Just got to escort that in and just hit these towers, and that's going to be Hyperion with a huge signs of life back in this series.
Yeah, that was a very, very commanding game from Hyperion. Couple good plays there from Accel, but overall not enough to bring them back into the game. Just way too many mistakes, them continuously trying to fight, and then Swag just forcing them to fight and trolling them around Baron to chase him instead of trying to finish it off, and they couldn't do anything about it. So Hyperion is going to take us into a game 4.
Yeah, awesome to see. Can see just looking at these damage numbers that Parade and Elsword basically were just non-factors this game. They just didn't have the time to get to these item spikes that Sivir needs. You know, these 4 and 5 items all just cost so much money to be useful and just didn't have the range to kind of lay down the damage.
Yeah, you can thank Swag for that. No vision on the bot side. Swag was able to just run down river multiple times, get behind Parade and Elsword as they're pushing, just get Dark Python easy kills. Just injecting him with so much gold early on, 23,000 damage by the end of that game, only doing less than Mundo. overall, and only beating Aurora by one,
Yep.
one damage more than Aurora, but ended up with more gold. But we'll see what happens here going into game number 4, if we see a game number 5, or if Sons of Accel try to close out this series. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Game 4 draft starts now. Sons of Accel on the blue side, Hyperion Shield on red, and right off the bat, Storm, that Nunu is taken out of the equation.
Yeah, it looks, and the Moo following Sons of Excel going, I think we've found our man. Time to ban junglers.
Yeah,
Hyperion
very
Shield.
understandable. Seraphine Karma bans, focusing on the support.
I don't understand why we're banning Karma. Afraid of Karma Sivir. They've shown they're going to pick Sivir things anyway. Why aren't we just banning Sivir?
The auto lock Ziggs. I mean, Dean did say in chat that we got a spicy draft coming up.
Yeah.
Auto draft Ziggs. I mean, it worked, right? It worked earlier. Did what it had to do, just destroy towers. So if it works, it works. Keep it running. Hyperion Shield says the same thing and auto locks the Jhin. And the Lux.
I mean, if you want to match wave clear, Jhin Lux is going to match wave clear.
Mm-hmm.
Going to
If it
see
ain't broke,
Ziggs.
don't fix it.
Yeah, Ziggs is normally paired with some sort of age support to give you lockdowns that makes it easier to hit the bouncing bombs. There's the Nautilus getting covered currently. Imagine that gets locked in. Gives you a lot of avenues to get in on this Jhin and this Lux.
That might be Nautilus Jungle, by the way.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, they played that last week. Hold on.
Did Hyperion, I believe, were they not?
I can give you an exact answer in a second. Let's see.
Okay. Well, it was locked in.
It was played by... Nope, not that one. That's the other game. Looking for it. Here we go. Swag played it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was Hyperion.
Oh, maybe it's just a takeaway.
Yeah.
they're just gonna play it jungle and be like, we don't want Swag to do it. Mundo picked again. Mundo was good. Mundo worked.
Yeah, Mundo is always just kind of a pick. I mean, Hyperion has a top laner who plays Aatrox. I'd love to see them pick Aatrox into Mundo because that lane is absolutely miserable. We're just gonna go back to the Nasus. Sure,
Just
it
picking the
worked.
same draft. I mean, so far I have no reason to doubt it. It worked very well in the last game. Could you argue that it was because of Nunu? Sure. But if they can do the exact same thing on a different champion, like J4 is open if they want to go for heavy ganks, Nocturne's open if they want to go for heavy ganks. They can still do that. Zach, yeah, he's still open. I don't know who that ban was because
that was Zach.
Draftlol hates us. Okay, so that was a Zach ban. That makes sense.
I'm imagining we're gonna see I'm kind of thinking like Rammus, maybe. I mean, that's terrible
Garner.
into the champions. I get Skarner has a little bit of it. I'm just trying to think of who else just turbo ganks, right? See Lysandra, Aurora gone now
Aurora,
as well.
man.
All right, here's your turbo ganker. What is it?
I
Lisa's
think you
up.
should have been Ari over Aurora.
Ivern.
Never mind. We lied. No turbo gank.
Yeah. That's certainly a thing.
That's a completely different pace.
Yeah.
So now I'm a little bit more weary about this draft. Because they're not going on this rapid cycle of ganking. Unless they are gonna do that with Ivern. Who knows? I don't know if I like Shyvana with all of the AP in the world on the team right now.
Yeah. That's still AP.
Yeah,
but...
that didn't change anything.
All right.
Okay. Diana, unless they put in chat somewhere that it's not Diana. A lot of AP right now. Nasus is just going to build MR. Ivern, I mean, health and MR, I guess.
Ivern just builds support items, man.
Yeah. Not a whole lot. Like, he'll have a little bit in his kit, but I don't know. What's the last thing they could pick there? Is there mid laner?
Yeah,
they
Accel
just
currently getting hovered.
What do you just pick an Accel there? You could do Victor. Could do
Accel
Ari.
gets locked in. There's lots of stuff that's really good. I really like an eco into Accel because you just throw your Q whenever he starts channeling his and he does a bunch of damage. You can go with the Smolder if you want that, really late game damage insurance. Do something really aggressive. Ari is the most middling option. It works. It gives your team that kind of pick potential. And taking the Ari was really good for Yellow him in game 3, despite it, the rest of the team not really working out with it. So we'll
Last
see.
I checked, we were promised a spicy draft from Sons of Accel, and I don't know if there's anything spicy about it except for the fact that it's all AP. Like, that's probably the spiciest thing about this, is that there's no AD at all. But at the same time, Hyperion Shield made that not even matter with their draft. So can it still work? Absolutely. But after last game, I think even with Ivern being the jungler instead of a heavy ganker, still I like Hyperion's draft a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm curious about how this is gonna go, right? Because Diana is really a champion that kind of either goes 10-0 or 0-10. There's not a lot of in between. You go in, you dive bomb, and if you're ahead, you kill those people you dive bomb, and if you're behind, you get killed, and everyone kind of points and laughs at you. Ivern, right? Provides the shielding. Lux, Jin, Ari are gonna make your life absolutely miserable if they ever see you, right? You don't have any way to dodge this skill. So there's kind of that, but it's just, can Nautilus and Diana and Aurelion Sol find this kind of wombo, get this damage down and the setups that Ziggs can follow? Mundo kind of is forced almost this game to group with his team. He cannot sit on a side lane and match Nasus. His team is going to get, absolutely poked out. It's going to be Accel match with Nasus, I think, in the side lane as this game progresses.
I mean, the best thing for Accel is that they have the late game, but they have to make sure they don't do what they did last game and just die on repeat. If they can get to the late game without Hyperion Shield being ahead, they should realistically win, and just be able to play the fights better. But if Hyperion Shield just pushes the attack, and does exactly what they did in the last game, they're gonna win again at the 28 to 30 minute mark or something like that with no issues at all. So overall, I think this game can still go either way. It's really just going to come down to whether or not Hyperion Shield are able to continue with their lack of mistakes from the last game as opposed to the first two.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see. I'm kind of on the side. I think Son of Accel take it out with this game. I don't think Hyperion Shield is going to be able to get the same kind of explosive. They're my pick to win it. Oh, am I cutting out again? Sorry.
You were right there. You cut out on me.
I'm favoring Sons of Accel this. They've got it. I think Hyperion Shield doesn't have enough early to kind of get through. And they're going to be able to, make it so that they're winning at early dragon fights and deny the soul and just get that time to scale.
All right. Yeah. We'll see if that comes to fruition. I am inclined to agree, although I do like the way Shield drafted. But overall, we'll see what happens here. It's game number 4. Anything can happen. We can still see a game number 5. We'll be right back in just a few minutes when we get onto the Rift for game number 4. Raku. Horizon
Right.
focus.
Oh, the helium one or whatever. I know what you're talking. Yeah, the blighting jewel thing. Yeah.
I am
Yep.
also ready. You're fine. All right. Everybody good? We're all here?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Everybody, game number 4. It's late. Things are happening behind the scenes. We're all tired. But we have League of Legends to be played here. Sons of Accel doing a little sneaky down at the bottom here. Storm, what do you think about this?
I think normally this would be really good, but I don't know if you've noticed, but Hyperion likes to leash their jungler from the bot lane for some reason, and they're not going to be standing in these bushes.
Yep, and they're gonna get spotted on these wards immediately.
Yep, Lux. Get some mana flow ban proc. No money early support item changes. Get some wards down there. Find out where this Ivern is. Also really weird because you can't leash Ivern, so I really hope they don't try to.
Yeah, that would be really funny if they stayed for that. So it probably would have been better had they just stayed in that bush the whole time and waited for Jin and Lux to come there. But instead, they tried their hand. They didn't really get anywhere with it, and now they're gonna re-go for it. It looks like they're going right back into that bush.
Yeah. Don't think it spotted
See
them.
what
They're
happens.
gonna get a really big Ziggs queue and nothing else, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
The root lands on a Dark Python. Still has the Q available. Did use it. Dark Python's forced to flash early. All he needed to do is actually take advantage of that. Here comes Ivern, though.
I cannot believe this Ivern turbo gank. What the hell
Yeah,
is happening?
this unfathomable events are happening right now. Lost Havoc forced to flash as well. 2 flashes right off the bat at the bot lane, and now Ivern already behind. I mean, not necessarily behind. He'll come back just fine, but already like slow on his rotations.
Yeah, hasn't marked his Grump. Gonna go clear his wolf there. Diana started bot side, so able to, clear up, match this Ivern's speed. That's kind of the whole point of picking Ivern, is that he is so much faster on the first clear than just about anybody. That's why he always scales your buffs in solo queue.
He's re-ganking. Here he comes up. Sits in the Pixel Bush Juggernaut, getting absolutely decimated there by Elohim. Shows why, you ban out that Ari. That was a really good pickup for Elo in the game number 2.
Yeah, and I noticed loading into this game there was a bunch of effects going. This is an expensive Ari skin, I think. Oh, and that was a beautiful Q. Charm for first blood. Let's go.
Shows skins get wins right there. More money you spend on skins, the more likely you are to win the game. Puffin taking a lot of damage up top here against Exile.
And Exiled using the pay to lose skin on Nasus. Good to see. Making sure that his Q is extra nice and long and crispy this game.
Exile going for the fight here against Puffin. Puffin not doing a whole lot of damage there.
Yep. Notice Puffin decided this game that he was going to start a Doran Shield. Decided he didn't want that Ruby Crystal start. Didn't do him any favors early this time. Kind of mistiming our W there a little bit, but still gets some of that gray health returned.
Bot side here, Elsword and Yes Parade still winning in CS, even though they're getting pushed in as well. Like Dark Python actually pushing into them surprisingly when Elsword can just go for a fight like that. Unfortunately, missing that hook to a minion standing right in front of them, but that's just going to happen on repeat. Every time that queues up, Dark Python's pushed up, they're going to go for that. Flash forward, that is going to land with the Dreadline. Here comes Diana. Dashes in. Not going to be able to find the kill. Get some damage, but that's all that's going to come of that. As Juggernaut showing up in the bot lane here as well.
And so is Swag, and he's level 3. Probably not where you really want to be. Got double scuttle grabbed. Given, some extra vision and everything to Sons of Accel. And, this early game's not going great, but it's not a disaster so far like it was last time. Sons of Accel are still happy. They're still in this. Both sets of, neutrals are coming up here. Dragon's up. Grubs are spawning soon here.
Yeah, I think this is probably the slowest game of the set so far. Only about 100 gold lead, and that's really just because of the offset of the first blood and the CS difference between jungle and bot lane. 5.5 minutes in now. Puffin again down in CS and levels to Exile here. So Exile has that ultimate if he wants to try to take the fight before Puffin hits 6 and go for a solo kill. And looks like he's at least just gonna push him off the wave and tank a couple of these Qs as to not allow Puffin to get any CS.
Yep. Grubs are spawning. We see this. Nautilus has roamed up. Puffin's trying to bait this Nazusin, who's desperately trying to finish this off. We see, can Dark Python and Lost Havoc get anything bot lane? And here it is. Does the hook land? Gets flashed.
Nice flash. Here comes Juggernaut. Ultimate's going to get dropped as well. He's going to have to pop the ultimate himself. Oh, just finish him off. There you go. Puffin finally lands that Q. Trying to give that over to Juggernaut as best as he could. Just not enough damage for him yet.
Yep, and we see Grubs get started, but at the cost. Ari's already gotten a plate. Down bot lane, they're getting this poke on Ziggs, who's just wave clearing. So they shouldn't get as much down bot here, but hopefully they're able to get some meaningful damage or 5-net with this dragon to make sure that they're coming at least even in this trade of neutrals.
And they do start the Drake. It's very, very slow right now, though. Not a whole lot of sustained damage, just a bunch of burst. But Sons of Accel not going to pick up on it, not going to move down or be able to contest this at all. Just going to move into the mid lane, try to clear up some waves here, maybe try to take a turret plate for themselves.
Yeah.
Looks like Elsword is hanging out here. They're aware, though. They've pinged him on this bush.
Yeah, and that's the charm connecting into the root, into another root, into death. So that's the kind of combo that we want to be seeing.
Yeah, that's just really bad pathing by Elsword there. They knew that they were there and yet stayed and let Ari walk right into him and kill them. So, free kill for the side of Hyperion there. You love to see that if you're Ari. Elo, him, and Swag both having a kill now.
Did get the flash burned out of Lord Havoc for that kill. It's not totally free, but going good for them. See Jin starting to pick up a little bit. Combo here, flashed away from, and Elsword's here to cover.
Yeah, no kill there. They get the flash out from Yes Parade, though. Pop the ult for Dark Python. They gotta be careful. Lost Havoc's about to be 6, but no mana to really use that ultimate anyway, so probably not at risk of that right now, but still don't want to hang around for too long. Gonna go ahead and back, spend some money to come back to lane.
Yeah, Dean's just power farming right now. With this build, I think that's Nashor's Tooth that they're going into. Just trying to make sure that they have consistent DPS. Not really the biggest fan of that right now. I feel like you just need to burst squishies. Can't see these fights lasting very long. And you have Accel for continuous damage, but...
Yeah, the longer you let the fights go on, the more Ivor and Nasus and Ari are going to be doing. You want to just try to blow them up as quickly as possible, or else the fight's just not going to go your way.
Yeah. See Ziggs ult stood right in the middle, said I can tank that.
He really did not care. Why are they still pushed up, though? They know that Lux is there. Yes, Parade still decides to hang out. He's going to die, and probably deserved. Satchel charges out of there. Here comes the charm, though, as he sits right in front of it. Ends up dying for that. That was just terrible map awareness. Great play there from Hyperion. They do have to use 2 ults for it, but overall, still a great pickup. Hook gonna land. Dean gonna try to get the kill. Pulls Lost Havoc under tower to get hit by that turret once, and then finishes him off. So Dean gets a kill bot lane on that trade.
Yep. Meatball is continuing to meatball up in the top lane and hit each other for no real reason. Great plays down bot lane. You can see that Ari's kind of the first player in the game to get their first item completed with the Malignance coming in. Diana was able to get her Nashor's Tooth as well off the back. Yeah. See if Ziggs is able to get kind of a plate here. He might be able to. See Dark Python back in the bot lane.
Mm-hmm. It's funny, despite the kill difference and obviously the state of the game right now, the objective difference, still about a 300, 400 gold lead over to Sons of Accel right now, and Elo him walking in the wrong place at the wrong time there. We're going to see Elo fall. That's going to be given over to Juggernaut, and they're going to turn their attention immediately onto those Void Grubs.
Yeah.
Nasus is around. It's still, I believe, a 3v3, but still relatively low for this fight. Exile just tanking a full blast of that Q from Juggernaut. Puffin's coming here, getting behind. Elsword gets in with that dredge line there. A nice ultimate comes down from Diana. They're going to find the kill on Anasis as well. Swag sure to fall next. Gets the shield, stays alive for just a little bit longer. It's so hard to kill him. They can't do it. The final auto attack from Aurelion Sol gets them the kill. Here comes Ari. There's the charm. It lands on Elsword, though. Not going to do much for him. And Puffin just says, screw it. I can fight you. I'm a tank. And Elohim is forced to back off. Meanwhile, Dean was able to finish off the Void Grubs there. Puffin's still just trying to bully Elo as much as he can, since he got a nice $500 skin. I just really want to see it more. And Juggernaut is DC'd for sure. And Elo still was unable to get the kill by cheesing him. Okay, that was great. They couldn't pause the game because Puffin was fighting Elo, and then Elo decided he wanted to try to kill Juggernaut while he was AFK, and got killed doing it.
Classic hubris. The guy's AFK, I'll get him.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. Easy peasy. He's under tower and everything. And Puffin finishes off the kill, and then they're allowed to pause. We'll leave it for a moment. What are we looking like game state here? Let's hit that real quick before we potentially have to throw it to a break. 3K gold lead. 12 minutes in here. The only kills were early on. And Nasus doesn't have as much of a lead as he would have probably liked to from the last game.
Yeah, see Mundo's just picked up a whole whack of gold there. Probably going to be able to complete this Heartsteel a lot earlier than last game. I think that Ivern is building a Rod of Ages.
Is he really? Not Moonstone?
That looks like full AP to me. Those aren't support items for some reason.
Yeah.
This next dragon has just spawned.
Uh-oh.
That's a dead Ziggs.
Night Ziggs. Yeah, that's what happens when you leave alone for too long. You can only do so much before he runs out of mana versus a Lux and Jhin. But yeah, really big Drake coming up here. Hextech always good to go for. See who gets onto it first. It looks like it's going to be Sons of Accel.
Yep, Exile just popping that ult, getting those extra Qs in on that tower, trying to get as many plates as possible while Mundo left him alone. That should be some huge money back into his pockets.
Nasus actually had to back off of that there. He probably will end up finishing it off as that dragon does get taken by Sons of Accel. Aurelion Sol in the mid lane farming right now while his teammate is fighting. He's either AFK again or not paying attention. We see Elsword fall in the river there. I think that's fine. for the
Yes.
trade of the Drake. As much as you still would not have liked that, you shouldn't have had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fine trade. Your Nautilus, his life isn't worth that much. He's contributing to the World Death Fund that we all love to cheer on every year. Yes, support Rel, die for me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good
Just
engage,
be
I
a martyr
swear.
for the team. Just go. You're the support. Just go in and die. That's all you gotta
Yeah.
do. Puffin
Puffin
gets
here.
2 plates,
Yep.
tanks 7 tower shots, and still does damage to Exile there.
Yep. Exiled, smart enough to realize that guy has a Thornmail, so I can auto him once. This tower is going to start hitting him. And
Yeah, that's true. That's actually really smart.
puts down the Wither, makes sure that he gets hit by an extra one. You see, again, whole teams on this. Blow
Oh,
up
wow.
the Ziggs.
Nice timing on that satchel charge there. Good flash.
Yeah.
That satchel charge doesn't go down. It's a surefire death for Yes Parade. It still might be surefire as Ari's showing up into the bot lane, but he does manage to finalize that back before she does. So that's just going to be a free objective up in the top side here. Did they mean to do that?
Ari TP'd mid?
Yeah, that was, I guess. But they do take this tower top. Nice Moonfall gonna land on the Exile, who has to pop that ult.
Yeah, I don't think you needed to flash away there, Exile. Good Daisy here. But I guess Elsword is here. We do see if they're gonna go for anything else with Ari. I think they're just gonna focus down this, make sure it doesn't get an extra charge. 25 gold to Nasus, gets some extra stacks off killing that.
You were right about the Roa. Yeah, Roa first item on Ivern. I don't know if I agree.
That sounds really wrong, if I'm being honest. I'm pretty sure he's supposed to build Redemption, actually.
Yeah, like anything else. Elsword will fall, has that flash, but maybe just decided didn't want to use it that early. Esprade walks right into that. Might not survive here. One more auto attack. No, Dark Python unable to get that 4th attack off. Here comes Aurelian Soul. Ultimate comes down for Yes Parade, and he ends up actually soloing Dark Python there. I mean, it's because of everybody moving down towards the bot lane, but yeah, Yes Parade just drops the ult, sits him right in the middle of it, and finishes him off with a Q over the wall. Very well played. Dean's going to pick up that red buff now. Got 4 minutes on the Baron. 3k gold lead still in favor of Sons of Accel at this point. Puffin pushing in bot side. Swag going to show up there, and the rest of his team is going to collapse.
Yeah, so now we're in this point. You know, Hyperion Shield last time when they were playing this comp, they had all these huge advantages that they don't have now. And it's, what do you do? How do you... Are you just able to get these fights? I mean...
I guess you gotta just take advantage of bad fights, kind of like what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Sons of Accel very split up. Muno just went in and face tanked a whole lot of abilities. He popped his ultimate, so he's pretty much right back up to full health again, but did get pushed off very quickly there. So Hyperion still showing life in that fight, but it looks like Sons of Accel may turn and just look for it again.
Yeah. We do see that Exiled is getting matched this game. Elo him, I think, is probably
Puffin just
here.
doesn't care. He's just walking into them and just taking everything he can and just baiting them for his team to come kill him. That's going to be a double kill going over to Puffin. And now in the bot side here, Dean going for a kill on a Lost Havoc is unable to find it. Will she burn? The last minion auto attack will find it for him. But Dark Python will pick up a kill after that. Dragon going to be coming up in about 15 seconds. Sons of Accel going to try to do some damage to this mid tower first. Exile starting a fight. Puffin will end up falling. Tower falls as well. Elsword's going to go down next. Ultimate coming through in from the Esprade. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Oh, and they were
Juggernaut's
forced
going
to
to drop
burn
his
them.
empowered ult. That is unfortunate. I don't think
Gotta-
he had to drop it, but you know.
Gotta fight for this now, right? Exile, just stick around for this. Okay. He's going top lane. He's got minions to... That's fair.
He's going top. He does have TP available. Doesn't have the ultimate right now. Maybe by the time this Drake's starting to get finished off, he'll have it back. But I imagine we're going to be seeing a TP out of him relatively soon onto that ward that we just saw get put down to the Pixel Bush.
Yeah.
Here comes Sons of Accel. Puffin, no TP.
Guess we're just going to give this up then. Just make sure their Nasus gets some attacks.
I think Hyperion win this. I don't know why Elsword's going in when nobody on his team is around him. Here comes a TP from Yes Parade. Juggernaut almost falls already. He is going to end up falling as Dark Python finds the last curtain call.
I will say this. AP Ivern's Daisy does hurt a lot more.
That's very true. She is just a wall.
Yep. Exiled getting this push in top lane here. Probably going to get this tier 2 tower.
I think Sons of Accel are at a point where if Elsword throws a hook, they should just be nowhere near it. Because so far, each one is just getting them killed. Because he's going in without anybody around him.
Oh, let's see. Does he die here?
Has to use the ult. But yes, Right ends up getting the kill with the help of that there. Elsword, will he burn? No, he does not. No burn on that Lux.
Yeah, almost. Really hate that Nasus built the slowing shield item instead of straight MR. Don't know why that's in our inventory, but guess he needed the more mana.
Yeah, MR needs to be like a priority, but it's just not. Spirit Visage is next. We'll see that in a little bit. But as of right now, all this AP is going to be doing wonders for Sons of Accel, especially because Nasus isn't in these fights, right? Nasus is split pushing.
Yeah.
So no one else is building MR. So what are they going to do?
Yeah, and we see Ivern not committing again to this full AP. He just went, you know what? I need this supportive stuff. I believe that is the redemption that he is building now. Wish he had have built that first, as it's really, really cheap and efficient. Gonna see this Baron started up now for Accel. They really burned through this because of Brilliant Soul.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Nasus is not going to be able to TP to it. And there's Daisy over the wall. Elsword taking the majority of this damage here. Elohim is able to get over the wall and kill him and then dash back over the wall without any repercussions. Swag takes a big chunk of damage, but was the main focus of that fight, so was able to just shield all the way through it. Meanwhile, Dark Python able to get out. So they trade one kill on the Elsword for Baron. Not the greatest trade. Nasus was able to push in the bot side there as well, but still that 3k gold lead hasn't really been diminished. It's just been kind of followed up on by Hyperion, just stabilized, which is good. They're not bleeding at the very least. They're getting gold where they can.
Yeah, just gotta see, right? Are they able to start punishing and getting through these tanks and focusing? We see Exiled going in, whole team behind him ready to come with, but they're all a little low and kind of afraid to walk towards this Aurelion Soul. Is gonna have to go back.
Aurelion does have ult as well. Oh, Elohim getting hit over the wall by Puffin there. Yeah, Aurelion Soul doing so much for clearing this wave here. Tower's going to go down. Aurelion Soul is going to get dropped. That's going to be 2 kills immediately. Moving on to that inhib now. Puffin getting jumped up by Exile, just trying to survive here as Elsword goes in, lands that hook with a nice satchel charge to follow that up. They're going to pick up 2 kills on the Nasus and Ivern there. Now Elohim, the only one standing for the team. 10 seconds left on Lost Havoc. At least if he's up, he can help clear out this wave, but what kind of damage will be done to the Nexus before that? Elsword going to land that hook, and that's going to be another kill. Could it be the end of the game? Because Lost Havoc is back up now, focusing their attention onto this Nexus. It looks like that may just be the game. It's going to be Sons of Accel in 4, winning it in the quarterfinals here and eliminating Hyperion Shield.
Yeah. Just Sons of Accel just being too tanky, right? Hyperion's shield didn't have the constant DPS. Their whole team was burst damage. You're not able to chew through this Mundo. Nautilus, Diana was ahead enough with these shields that she wasn't able to die. That just not having the damage or the resources to kind of chew through things. Not a good look when your Lux is doing the most damage on your team, as we can see here. Lost Havoc.
Yeah, 14,853. Ari following closely behind, and then Jin Nasus. We're seeing that Ivern really don't get the Roa first item. Really should have been Redemption, or if you're doing that Moonstone build. But Roa for AP and then into Redemption. Maybe if you have Redemption earlier, you survive some fights. Maybe you actually, win a couple of fights, turn them around with the help of that. But Roa was not the play, I don't think.
Yeah. And I don't know. Nice to see the Aurelian Soul coming out from Juggernaut, kind of different from what they had been playing most of this series, but looked
Mhm.
really good. They were comfortable on the pick. Yes, Parade Ziggs continuing to be rather incredible. Probably look to be banning that in the next round.
I would imagine so, yeah. That Ziggs was just it's too easy to play. Just sit back, throw Qs, throw satchel charges at turrets, do massive amounts of damage. Even after getting picked off a couple times in the bot lane, that was in 1v2 situations while Elsword was off getting kills mid and top. So even while he's dying down there, Elsword's off somewhere getting mid and top and jungle fed. So still very well played to both teams. Hyperion really showed a lot of life there in game number 3. Just Accel was a little bit too much for them, and they're going to move on after tonight. No games next week, though. We're not playing on Halloween.
Yep. Everybody enjoy the holiday. I know. I'm going to show the kids. I'm going out as Guy Fieri on Halloween night. Going to show everybody
Fieri.
greatest diners, drive-ins, and dives inside Canada.
Bringing Flavor Town to Canada, huh?
Yep. Exactly.
I'm going as the puppet from Saw. So that should be fun.
Yeah.
I got a trike that I'll be riding around the city with, just freaking people out. So I'm gonna do that until my knees hurt because it's very small and I can barely fit on it.
All right. Thank you for coming out and supporting us, guys. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you in a couple of weeks for more BOL action.
Bye.